Welcome everyone to the 2022 Victorian Wheelchair Football League Finals. We're here at the Burundara Sports Complex. We'll be hosting our first week of finals in what's going to be an action-packed day of finals football. My name's Austin Kruger, honoured to join you here for 6 huge games. To kick-start today's proceedings, we've got 2 age-old rivals going at it with the Development League semi-final starting at 10:15 between Essendon and Hawthorn. Then, at the conclusion of that game, the senior sides of Hawthorn and Essendon will battle it out for a spot in the preliminary finals. Our second semi-finals will start at midday with the development teams of Collingwood and St Kilda will face off. Then at 1 o'clock, the senior sides of the Saints and Pies will go at it for a chance of glory. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, geez, I wish the prelims were also on today. Well, guess what? You're in for a treat, as the winner of each semi-final for the reserves and seniors will also compete in a preliminary final starting at 2 and 3 o'clock. We are absolutely spoilt for choice today in what's going to be a cracker day of football. My name's Austin Kruger. Don't go anywhere as we are nearly ready to get things underway. Down at the Burundara Sports Complex, first semi-final coming up between the Hawks and the Bombers. Hawthorn finishing last on the VWFL ladder this year. Still haven't recorded a win. Couldn't think of a better way to bring up your first win of the season in a semi-final. Stranger things have happened. Having a look at the Bombers, they finished second on the ladder, 7 wins, 3 losses, percentage of 224. They've had an outstanding season. You'd think they would be coming into this game red-hot favourites. These teams did play each other a few times this year. Essendon won all 3 of those games by an average of 64 points. So you would think Essendon's got the chockies over them today, but it's finals football, so never say never. As we're about to kick things off here, in the ruck, we've got Vincent Falcone for the Bombers. Essendon to your right of screen. So we're about to get things underway for our first semi-final. The Victorian Wheelchair Football League. There's the sign. With 2 15-minute halves coming at you this morning down at the Burundara Sports Complex. Pleasure to be here with you all day today. Austin Kruger here as the Bombers go into early, and that's going to open up the account. Nice early, great start for the Bombers coming from the captain of Scott Van Germet. He's been in good form for the Bombers as of late. Sorry, he's not the captain. Got that one wrong, guys. But either way, lovely start for the Bombers. It's what they would have been hoping for in the pre-game play. Come out of the game strong, and here comes Van Germet again, moving it up the ground nicely to Caleb Powell. Nice mark taken there by Ben Milton. He's going to look inside. Gets a mark there by Van Germet. He's had some early touches to start this game. He's starting off really well, looking dangerous in attack here for the Bombers. Great handball, fantastic mark. All around, great play there by the Bombers. They're going to be lining up for their second here in the matter of 1 minute, so they're off to a red-hot start. As Ben Milton shares the cake around, passes that one off to Van Germet. He's going to be lining up for his second now. Tough one. Tough angle here. He's a good player, so you would probably back him in as he takes his shot, and that looks good. Bombers open up the account with 2 quick goals thanks to Scott Van Germet. Great passing there as well by Ben Milton. As we're a minute down here in the first semi-final, scores 12-0 to kick off today. As I mentioned, the Bombers did beat the Hawks in all of their matchups this year. Germet did kick 20 goals across those 3 games, so he's definitely one to watch out for today, along with B. Milton, who Hawthorn might struggle shutting down. They've got some pretty big-time players to do the Bombers, and here's Van Germet as we speak. Moves it in towards the forward line. Nice little touch there from Gilders from the Hawks. Goes to pick it up as David Ralph underarm passes that one back into the middle. Chasing it down is McCarthy for the Hawks. Gets first hands on the ball. That one might just go out of bounds. Van Germet manages to keep it in. There's 3 people on him. Doesn't matter. Moves that one forward in towards Ben Milton. Just left that one behind him a little bit as it's a tightly contested ball here. Comes up with Vincent Falcone, passes it off. A nice little around the back hand pass. That's going to be a fantastic goal there for the Bombers. Wasn't the best angle over the shoulder. All class there. So really red-hot start here for the Bombers, kicking the first 3 goals of the game. Hawthorn need to bounce back here. They need the next goal. You just feel like it's really important here as the 2 go up for a ruck contest. Vincent Falcone too strong in the ruck. Chasing it down is Caleb Powell for the Bombers. Still chasing it down. David Ralph's making it, coming in hot here. And that one's going to fall out of bounds deep inside the Hawthorn forward zone. Now there are zones here today. players playing in the centre can go from forward to back to defence, but the forwards can only stay in their forward zone and the centre, and the defenders will also have to stay in their zone, but can also go into the centre. Just can't go into the forward line. As Essendon, a few nice little passes up the ground. Falcone's got the ball around centre wing, passes that one to Van Germent. He started off this game really, really well. That one might just bounce through, and it does. That's his third goal there for Van Germent. Essendon off to a red-hot start here, thanks to Van Germent. I know he's been in good form against the Hawks, kicking 20 goals across his 3 games against them this year. He might just get 20 in one game the way this is going. So it'll be 2 15-minute halves for the Development League. Essendon only losing 3 games this year. So they'll be eyeing off that Richmond side in the grand final next week. That's what they've got their eyes on. Still early stages of this game. Hawthorn on the back front here. As that one falls out of bounds, time for Hawthorn to just recoup a little, hold the ball up, have a think about it, and goes for a big sweeping hand pass. Didn't get a great connection on it. That's going to go outside. And Caleb Powell's going to take that back in for the Bombers. Down here at the Burundara Sports Complex, the Wheelchair Football League finals. It's going to be a great day of footy. 6 huge games. We've got semi-finals, preliminary finals, all at stake here. Absolutely spoiled for choice as that hand pass just goes a little bit too far for Ben Milton. It's going to fall out of bounds. Shiv calls that one as Robbie Deverell for the Hawks here. He's going to bring it out of defence. Saw him doing a few laps around the courts today. He's got a nice speed on him. Does Robbie Deverell. It's going to be good in the back line there for him. James Gilder's got the ball now. They're just slowing down play here a little bit, Hawthorn. Just trying to get things back on their terms, slow it down. Essendon are obviously a fast-paced team. Like to move the ball up the ground quickly. As that is a nice little pass there towards Jared McCarthy. Picks it up well, spins around. He's got a hand pass that one off, and that's going to be holding the ball. So with holding the balls, tackling is prohibited in the Wheelchair League, but the equivalent to a tackle is a touch with one hand. Players 2 seconds or 1 to push to warrant prior opportunity before holding the ball can be awarded. But if the player did have prior opportunity before getting tackled, he will get pinned, and that is a lovely handball in towards Ben Milton, who can line up for his second here for the Bombers. And that's beautiful. I thought that was going a bit left, but shouldn't have doubted. Ben Milton gets his second for the day. That's 5 straight now for the Bombers. 30-0, 5 minutes into our first half here. So not an ideal start for the Hawks. They've got to bounce back here. Like I said, they haven't won a game all season. But I couldn't think of a better way to bring up your first win of the year than in the semi-finals. We did see that in the Blind League as well with the Hawthorn side. Hadn't won a game all year, came into the semi-finals and nearly topped over the Saints. So we have seen stuff like this happen before. You never know. As that's a nice little tap there by Vincent Falcone, passes it off to Caleb Powell, moves it into the forward line towards Ben Milton, who's got the hot hand at the moment. Unfortunately, couldn't get a great pick up. Vincent Falcone, lovely handball out the back, great vision, centered the ball. All round great team play there by the Bombers. Van Germent's going to be lining up for his 4th goal in the opening quarter. As that shot looks absolutely beautiful. That is 4 goals straight for Van Germent. 6 altogether for the Bombers. And you can see why they finished second on the ladder. 36-0, 7 minutes into the first half here. You think Hawthorn's just got to get a clearance here. Try to get the ball down their end. They've only really had it one time in their scoring zone. As here's Van Germent again. Geez, he's playing well. The connection between him and Ben Milton at the moment is proving too tough for Hawthorn. As I think he's in range here. It's going to be a tough shot, but he's going to look to pass it off, and he does that to Van Germent. Why wouldn't you when he's in such good form? Van Germent's going to be lining up for his 5th goal in the first quarter. As he lines up here. Takes his shot. And that one's just a little bit to the left there. So that is our first behind for the day. First minor score coming from Van Germent. 4 goals, 1. Take that any day of the week in a semi-final. There's not a great little inboard there as Vincent Falcone's going to sweep that one up, passes it off towards Caleb Powell, moves it back and forward just a little bit over the top of Ben Milton's head, and that's just going to be That's going to be no score because it was hand passed outside of the forward zone. So you must score within the forward zone, and only forwards can score within that zone. So we have a look at some of the different classifications of players and some of the different zones. So the forwards will be wearing yellow wristbands, defenders wearing the red wristbands. Lovely one-handed mark there by Ben Milton. You can go back and take a shot on goal here. 45-degree angle. Right in front of us in the commentary box. He started this game really well, has Milton. And lovely pass off there. Little 1-2 back to Chris Ferguson. And that's another goal there for the Bombers. Ferguson opens up his account. Hot start here for the Bombers. They've come here to play. They're not messing about today. They've got some great players to the Bombers. Caleb Logan, the vice-captain, who's kicked 115 goals this year. I'm sure we'll be seeing him in the senior side a little bit later at 11 o'clock. So we've got a ruck contest coming up here. I feel like this is a chance for Hawthorn to try get it down their end, get a tap. Haven't been too efficient in the middle. It's not looking good for them right now, 43-0. Nearly 10 minutes played here in the first quarter. Nice little tap there to Chris Ferguson as the Hawks try hard to get into their zone. Here's Caleb Powell sweeping it up, and that's going to go out of bounds. It'll be last touch rule here in the VWFL. As David Ralph's going to take this one inboard here for the Hawks. Little opportunity here, getting the scoreboard. All you need is one goal to start a bit of momentum and just shift that attitude. We've seen that in the AFL across the finals. Sometimes you just need one goal to get the team going. As Sakome passes that one off, couldn't get enough on it. Well defended there by the Bombers. Last line of defence. As he's going to pass that one off to Piers Wall. Lovely mark there. Sakome on the mark for the Hawks. Caleb Powell, who's been really good today, hasn't scored a goal, but his presence been felt all around the ground as he passes that one off towards centre court. You can see the Essendon players are really moving well off the ball. And that's going to be a great handball. Ben Milton, unfortunately, just got the one hand to it and couldn't stick onto it. And the umpires are just discussing if that's going to be a point or not. So it will be a minor score. Nearly an absolute screamer there for Ben Milton. As the Hawks going to take this one. 4.5 minutes to play here in the first half of our first semi-final. Great intercept mark there by Caleb Powell. He has been wonderful today along with Van Germent and Milton. Those players have come here to play. He's got someone out the back. Didn't quite see him. But it still might work out there for Chris Ferguson. Just trying hard to sweep that one up. Here's Ben Milton again. Little round the back. Brings it back around. Got to get rid of that one quick. Handball didn't get the greatest connection on that one as the ball's just been stuck under the chair there. So I believe that's going to be a ball up here. Deep inside forward zone for the Bombers. 43-0, 4 minutes to play here in the first half of our semi-finals. We've got 5 more games coming at you today. As that's a lovely little pass out the back there with the right hand, little underarm scoop there. Looks great. There's Gilders, who's been playing good in defence. He's been valiant today. He's tried hard. Tries getting that one to Jeans, but the Bombers just proving too good at the moment. As that's a lovely pickup towards Caleb Powell. He's going to try keep this one in. Couldn't get there in time for Caleb Powell. He's been playing really well in that centre position. Playing a good defending role. A couple of intercept marks so far. He's looked really good. So Hawthorn, opportunity here. Looking for McCarthy to create a bit of space. Got Jeans there on the side. Bit of a hospital pass, but it's going to work out there for Gilders, who's played really well. He's really putting his team on the back. Is he right now? He's got a few options. Moves that one off, and unfortunately that one just slips through the hands. It's going to stay in boards. There towards. It's going to stay in there. Sakome, fortunately, succumbed to the boundary line there. As Arul Nessa Thassan is going to take that one in for the Bombers. Passes it off there to Piers Wall. Piers Wall's been very impactful since he's come onto the court. Van Germent did come off, but he's really replaced him quite well. Here's Arul Nessa Thassan once again for the Bombers. Back towards the forward zone as they're moving up the ground nicely. Here's Caleb Powell. He's got Chris Ferguson running into an open goal. Can he get the bad bounce as that one just falls out of bounds as he was going to sweep in and take a sure goal right in front. Unfortunately, that's the thing with the AFL ball. It's got a bit of a mind of its own, it does. So that one just bounces off ground. A little, around the back. That would have been something special. Chris Ferguson could pull that off. It was a tough shot there. As the Hawks couldn't quite get the mark. Could John Succombe. Here's Golders once again. Little underarm pass there. So here come the Bombers once again. Ben Milton. Great pressure there by the Hawthorn defence. They've really lifted the past 5 minutes. That's going to be a minor score for Chris Ferguson. Minute and a half to play here in the first half, 44-0. Not looking great so far if you're a Hawthorn fan. Bombers have come out really strong. You do feel, though, the last sort of 3 to 4 minutes, Hawthorn have been playing a lot better, getting the game back on their terms a bit. As Caleb Powell's going to take that one in. Looks laterally into the forward 50. Not a great hand pass, bit errant. Was nearly taken there by Golders. Last touch. This will be an interesting call. Yep, it's going Hawthorn's way. Right call there. So 54 seconds to play here. Can they try get one before half-time? Not if Caleb Powell's got anything to say with it. I think that's about his 3rd or 4th intercept mark for the day. He's got the hot hand here for the Bombers, playing in the centre defence role. That handball just a little bit too wide. You can see what he was trying to do. Nearly worked out. He's got his hands on his head. Not too happy. He knows that was a bit of a missed opportunity there for the Bombers to score one at the edge of the first half. As Hawks maybe just want to run this clock out. Try not to concede another goal here. As Golders hand passes that one through. Doesn't get a great bounce. Did Rosie Jeans. Fighting hard for it is Ferguson for the Bombers. It's a race to see if it keeps him bored. It does. Ferguson throws that one behind his back. A couple of Bombers players were sleeping there, but it falls in his arms. Passes it off to Ben Milton. And just shanks that one a bit to the right. Another missed opportunity there for the Bombers. It's going to be the end of the first half here of our first semi-final for the Development League. Robert Rose Foundation. Essendon up 47-0. My name's Austin Kruger. We'll take a short break before we come back for the second half action of our first semi-final here at the Victorian Wheelchair Football League down at the Burundara Sports Complex. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back to the 2022 Victorian Wheelchair Football League Finals down here at the Burundara Sports Complex. My name's Austin Kruger, joining you today for 6 huge matchups. We've got semi-finals, preliminary finals, we've got it all. Right now we've got the Development League kicking off proceedings with Essendon going up against the Hawks here in the first semi-final. Essendon with a red-hot start, 47-0, keeping the Hawks scoreless. That's a nice tap there by McCarthy, trying to get things going here for the Hawks. Lovely pick-up, was it by Rule Nessa Thassan. That one might just dribble. It's going to be no score because it was hand passed outside of the forward zone. Now, a hand pass in the Wheelchair League is considered the equivalent to a kick in the AFL, and you can also underarm pass it, which is the equivalent of a handball. Just to clarify those things up for those listening at home. Hawks trying to move it out of their defence. Pass that one to Robbie Duval. The Hawks doesn't have too many options here. Manages to find one. Still can't quite get it out of the defensive zone. Good pressure there by the Bombers. Umpire says you've got to come back a bit there. Come back on your mark, son. It's a nice hand pass out there towards Rosie Jeans. Couldn't quite. There's another great pickup by Caleb Powell. He's reading the ball superbly. Couple of errant hand passes. You can see he's a bit bothered by him. Great leadership there by Joe Chivers. Just puts his arm around the shoulder, says, "You're right, mate. You're playing well. Don't get too worried about a couple of bad handballs. You're playing like a superstar." As Chivers is going to bring this one in. Lovely hand pass there. And that's going to be another goal for Chris Ferguson. Great stuff there by the Bombers. Kicked the first goal of the second half here. Hawthorn still yet to score in our first semi-final. Ferguson kicks his second. I did mention that Hawthorn haven't won a game this year, going up against a pretty formidable side. And the Bombers finishing second on the ladder with 7 wins, 3 losses. So they didn't do too much wrong this year, the Bombers. I think they can give Richmond a big crack in the grand final, which will be next week. Tickets selling fast for that one, so make sure you get your tickets there. Lovely mark there, was it, by David Ralph. First scoring option here for the Hawks. Big handball. Here's Caleb Powell slapping the wheels. Great distraction there, love it. And that one's just a little bit to the left. Unfortunate there for the Hawks. That is their first score of the day. They move to 52-point lead here for the Bombers. 2 minutes into our second half of the first semi-final. Umpire waves his flag in the air. Rule Nessa Thassan is going to take this one inboard from defence. Bombers players have been moving really well without the ball. I think that's been their key to their game. Here's Caleb Powell, find out the side. Just gets intercepted by his own player there in William Taylor. Here's the Hawks, opportunity for the Hawks. Great defence there by Arul Nessa Thassan. Keeps that one in, goes straight back to Hawthorn. And that one was just a little bit too right. You can see what he was trying to do there. Jared McCarthy. Good sportsmanship shown there by Caleb Powell. Knows he maybe hit him a bit in the side there. It's a great and wonderful league. Blessed to be a part of it today here for the finals. If anyone's interested in coming down and joining the league up for next year, it's a very welcome, inclusive environment. I'm sure you'd be absolutely welcome down with open arms. Here's another shot here for the Hawks. David Ralph's got it, and that one hits the post. As kind of sums up their day at the moment, just not quite there. That one just hits the woodwork at the early stages of the second half. Be 2 15-minute halves for the Development League. Then when the seniors come on, it'll be 4 by 10-minute quarters. The conclusion of this game, we will have the senior sides of Hawthorn and Essendon going at it for a spot in the prelim, which will be today. There's a bit of a big hit there, was it, on David Ralph. So he's going to come back, have his shot again, takes a deep breath, knows this is a big one here for the Hawks. Looks good off the hand. It just missed it to the left there, so unfortunate. Oh, no, he's called it a goal. Great stuff there by the Hawks. Hawks get their first. Ralph gets his first. 8-53 now. 10 minutes to go here in the second half. Try to get a few rolling now if you're the Hawks. Get a few on the board. Scoreboard's not looking great for him as we speak right now. Maybe 1 goal's all you need. Get the confidence going. Get the morale. Here comes Scott Van Gemert, who kicked 4 goals in the first half. He's also kicked 48 goals in the Development League, leading all goal scorers. So he's one of the best players on the court here at the moment, as that one's just disputed. See what I think the umpire's going to have to... There's going to be a ruck contest here just past centre, heading towards the Essendon type of things. Hawthorn's had a good start to this second half. Been a bit more... It's been down their end a bit more. Nice little handball over the top there to Sakam. Couldn't quite get it. Chasing it down is David Ralph. Nearly runs out of space, and he does. That's going to come back. It's going to come back to Ralph as he looks inboard now. McCarthy's making a move. Great little tap there by Rule Nesathassam. His defence has been splendid here in the second half. He's playing a big role for the Bombers. Gets the pick up as well. Passes it down to Kamert. Gives that one off to Taylor. And that's a mark there for the Bombers. Going to take a shot. Slight angle. Here for Ben Milton, lining up for his third goal here. He started this game really well. And that's straight through, no doubt about that one. Ben Milton kicks his third, and the Hawks have an instant reply for... Sorry, the Bombers have an instant reply there for the Hawks. 9 minutes to play here in the second half. Shout out to our umpires and officials here today, making this wonderful league happen. AFL Victoria, the Robert Rose Foundation. As the Hawks are going to start with this one on the centre circle. Good. Oh, here's a Rule Nesathassam once again. How good has he been this second half? Wasn't too impactful in the first half. I guess the ball wasn't down there too much, but as Hawthorn's got a bit more play down that way, he's really showed his class. This is Aaron Power for the first time today as William Taylor sees that one out of bounds. Going to go back towards Sakome for the Hawks. So it's been much better for him this half. Probably deserved a couple more goals here. Had a few misses as he's going to take a shot on goal. That is wonderful there for the Hawks. Gets the second of the day. I believe that's Sakome. They're pumped up. That was a lovely shot on goal by Sakome. Quite the distance, never a doubt about it. Backed himself in. There's McCarthy. He's going to go up in the ruck for the Hawks here. 7 minutes to play in our first semi-final. Winner of this going through to the preliminary final, where they will face the winner of Collingwood and St Kilda to face Richmond in the big dance next week. Tigers haven't lost a game all year across the development and senior league. They did have a draw against the Pies, so it is possible. As here come the Bombers once again. They got an instant reply last time Hawthorn kicked a goal. Milton couldn't quite chase that one down. Goes back to Golders. Going to take this out of defence here for the Hawks. Bit of an underarm pass there. Works out for the Hawks. Couldn't quite get his hands on it. That one just spills out. Here comes David Ralph. Kicked the first goal here for the Hawks. Shiv blows his whistle. And that's going to be going to... That's going to be a ruck contest between William Taylor and Jared McCarthy here, right in front of us on the broadcasting wing. Oh, players just got a little bit too keen there. Well, not letting Shiv throw the ball up, putting their hands in. As here we go, that one works out. That one falls out towards Power. Falcone picks it up, sends it forward towards Milton. Looking for his fourth shot. I reckon he just marked that inside the scoring zone. So you can see that red line that he's on indicates the scoring zone. Passes it off to Gamert. He's going to line up for his fifth and surely slot this one. Oh, passes it off. Great teamwork there by the Bombers. Happy to share it around to Milton. Surely that's enough passes now. Have the shot on goal. Try kick your fourth here. Unassailable lead, you would think, in our first semi-final. As that one looks good. Ben Milton kicks his fourth. Bombers unstoppable at the moment, 59-13. Did mention that these three teams played each other throughout the year. These teams played each other throughout the year 3 times. Essendon winning those by an average of 64 points. Up by 52 at the moment, so they're not too far away from that season average. Hawks have been a lot better this second half, though. Sakome's going to pass that one off. Still on centre. That's Rosie Jeans here for the Hawks, and passes that one off just a little bit short there. Manages to clean pick up. Great defence by Aaron Power. Power's through there. Falcone Just a little bit too much on that hand pass. That's going to be no score because it was hand pass from outside of scoring zone. And just letting you know as well, you have to move the ball up through each zone today, so you can't try hand pass it from defense to forward or forward to defense. It's got to travel through the middle, all parts of the ground. As here comes David Ralph, who started this second half strong for the Hawks, applying good forward pressure, providing opportunities here for the Hawks. But the Bombers' defense has just been way too strong. He's got Sakome out the back. Great vision, well executed. Saw him there, was there all day. Just hung out the back there. As he's going to turn around and have his shot. Lining up for his second and for the Hawks' third goal here. And we've got 4.5 to play here in our first matchup of the day. Umpires are just having a bit of a chat about the line as he's rolling in here. All day, every day for John Sakome. That's his second and the Hawks' third. You've got to think, if they started the first half with this type of play, the scoreboard might be looking a little different now. A bit of too little too late, I think, for the Hawks, unfortunately. 65-19 reads the scoreboard in Essendon's favour. 4 minutes to play here in the second half. Shiv throws that one up. Little second tap there, bit of back and forth. Here's Van Gemert, who's been a bit quiet. Start off this second half. Probably going to be resting him, as he will be. As there's Galders just getting back into position there. I think Hawthorn's going to take this one from their defensive zone here. Not much to go. Not much time to go here in our first semi-final. Here is Rosie Jeans, moves that one up the middle, just slips through his hands, manages to get the pick up, passes it off to Sakome, moves it in towards Ralph. Great little tap there at the last second by Falcone. Keeps it in play, ricochets off William Taylor for a minor score. Probably could have just saw that one go out of bounds. But you like to see him trying to keep the ball in, keep the ball moving at all times. It's a lovely hand pass there from Falcone to Gemert. Haven't seen Gemert down this end of the ground too much today. There's Ben Milton. Those three players today have just been outstanding for the Bombers. Lovely mark there by Falcone. 2 players on him. Puts the hands up. Great vision to Gemert. He's going to line up for his 5th. Surely won't pass this one off. Lining up for his 5th. He's kicked 20 goals in the 3 games against the Hawks this year of his 48. So he does like playing against the Hawks. Takes a deep breath as he lines this shot up. Slight angle straight in front, no doubt it. That is all clear. That is his 5th for the day. He's played an excellent game. As the scoreboard moves to 71-20. About 2 minutes to play here in our first semi-final matchup. Straight after this, we've got the senior sides of Essendon and Hawthorn going at it for a chance in the preliminary final. So these 2 age-old rivals will be facing each other more than once today, which is great as a viewer. The Hawks are going to start with this one. Nice little move out the back, and that's going to be holding the ball. He got that little tap on him, and he had prior opportunity to use the ball before he was touched. That's going to be holding the ball. Scott Van Gemert for the Bombers. He kicks goals. He chases down tackles. What doesn't he do? Falcone, he's been really impactful here in the second half. Great mark there by William Taylor. He was just stretching there at the last second. There wasn't. And moves that one inboards. Milton looks up at the last second, grabs it. Van Gemert slots his 6 for the day. That's all clear. Bit of icing on top of the cake there for the Bombers. It moves to 77-20 here. About a minute to play in our first semi-final. Essendon did finish second on the ladder. So they were going to be red-hot favourites coming into this game. Just not Hawthorn's year, unfortunately. Still yet to record a win. I will say they've played this second half with plenty of gusto. And that's a fantastic handball there from Caleb Powell into Ben Milton. Great vision. Powell's played an outstanding game. One of the best on court. As he's been setting up plays, intercept marking. As here he comes, Milton passes to Gemert. Might just line up for his 7th here. Not bad in the semi-final. Take that any day of the week, 7 goals. Straight in front, no angle. About as easy as it comes here for Van Gemert. Play of his class. Shouldn't miss this one. And that one straight through the middle. And that is a semi-final there for the Bombers. They're going to go through to the prelim later this afternoon, facing the winner of Collingwood and St Kilda. So we will see the prelim later today, so please stay tuned. We've got semi-finals and prelims. It's going to be jam-packed. Hawthorn try to get a last-second consolidation goal. As Caleb Powell chases that one down. Be fitting to finish the game in his hands. And that is the first semi-final over and done with. Essendon winning by 63 points. Their average over the year beating Hawthorn was 64, so they won by 63 today. So it kind of went exactly as planned. If you're Essendon, it's going to be end of the season now for the Hawks. So Essendon move through to the semi-final. They'll play the winner of Collingwood and St Kilda. Up next today, we've got the senior squads of Essendon and Hawthorn coming at you at 11 o'clock for our next semi-final. My name's Austin Kruger. Plenty more action to come for you today. We'll be back shortly. Going to take a quick break and come back for our first semi-final of the Senior League.
Essendon win the first development semi-final, 13-5-83 to Hawthorn 32-20. They'll play the preliminary final against the winner of Collingwood and St Kilda at 2 p.m. Congratulations, I believe, is also to President Scott Van Gerberg, who is tapping today, taking the 51 goals for 2022. The next game coming up at 11 o'clock is the seniors' first semi-final, beginning between Essendon and
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 Victorian Wheelchair Football League in the VWFL. This is our first week of finals down at the Burundara Sports Complex. What's going to be an action-packed day of finals. We've already seen one contest coming at you this morning in the Development League. Hawthorn going up against Essendon. Essendon winning by 63 points in that game. So this will be the senior squads of the Hawks and the Bombers going at it. It's going to be a great contest. Winner of this one into the preliminary final, which will be at 3 o'clock today. It's going to be a good matchup. Two age-old rivals in the Bombers and the Hawks. So we have a look at the ladder for the senior list. Hawks, much like the development side, couldn't record a win with 0 wins and 12 losses through the season. Essendon finishing second on the ladder with 9 wins and 3 losses. Huge percentage of 164. So much like the development squad, they've been in wonderful form. The Bombers, they'll be nearly red hot favourites to take on the Tigers in the big dance. Now these teams have faced each other a few times this year. They've played each other 3 times. Essendon winning by an average of 98 points in those 3 games. Caleb Logan kicked 25 goals, which is an all-time record in a game for the Victorian Wheelchair League against the Hawks not too long ago in round 6. Caleb Logan, who is the vice-captain, has kicked 115 goals for the season. Thank you very much. So he's certainly one to watch out for, the vice-captain, number 5. I think the Bombers are red-hot favourites here, but you never know. Finals footy is a different kettle of fish. What a great way to bring up your first win of the year if you're a Hawthorn supporter than in a semi-final against the Bombers. Couldn't have written that one any better. So it's going to be 4 by 10-minute quarters here for the senior squad as the teams come together for a huddle. Quick chat before the game. Development squad getting the first win of today. As there is the siren, we're nearly ready to get things underway here at the Burundara Sports Complex. My name's Austin Kruger. I'll be with you all day. This is our first semi-final for the seniors. After this game, we're going to have our second semi-final for the Development League between Collingwood and St Kilda. Followed by them at 1 o'clock will be the second semi-final for the Senior League. St Kilda and Collingwood going up against each other again. And we're going to be having our prelims starting at 2 and 3 o'clock respectively. Winner of that will face Richmond next week. The Tigers, who have been best side all year, they have lost 1 game, 1 draw against the Pies. So it's going to be hard to stop the Tigers, but Bombers and the Hawks fighting for a chance to live another day here in the finals. Really ready to get things underway here for our second game. Plenty more footy to come at you today. Umpire puts the ball in the air. Get things underway here. Okay. Moraldo gets a bit of a falcon there to start off today. Here is Matthew Ingram for the Hawks. Passes that down towards Yasin Hill. Fortunately, a bit too much on that handball, and that one's going to go out of bounds. So, William Taylor's going to take this one in for the Bombers here. Deep inside defensive 50. Great vision. Even better mark there by Lewis Rowe, the captain of the Bombers. Fantastic handball there towards the centre of the ground. Sam Moraldo. Just a bit of an errant hand pass there. Over the top was Lewis Rowe. And that is going to go to Finn Broadbent of the Hawks. He's got a few options here. A few players working hard off the ball. Spots Argay, the captain of the Hawks, who unselfishly passes that one off to Yasin Hill. He's going to have the first real scoring opportunity here for the Hawks. What a way to start things off. Beautiful mark there in the goal square. How good was that? And she's been told to play on here. Now, I believe she couldn't have that shot because she's not a designated scorer. Might have been the issue there. As here is Hill. He's got a chance to redeem himself from an earlier miss. And that one's going to go through for a minor score. First score of the day here. In our first semi-final for the Robert Rose Foundation senior squads. Taking the ball will be Lewis Rowe here for the Bombers. The captain. He's taken them 9 wins and 3 losses this year. Done a wonderful job. Smart little tap, nearly loses his feet there. Rowe As umpire's going to have a chat on who this ball goes to. Rowe just needs a help up. There's a bit of a stalemate early on in the first semi-final of the seniors. Essendon, big favourites, averaging 98-point victories against the Hawks this year. So I do like playing the Hawks. I've smashed them every time, but I've really liked how Hawthorn started this game. They've had all the early possession. They just need to be rewarded for their efforts here in the early stages. Get the first goal, get the confidence going. Try for a big upset here. You can feel it in the air. Hawks want this one really badly. It's a nice pass there to Argay. Couldn't find Hill as that one trickles out of bounds. Lewis Rowe's going to take that one back in, the captain. Playing in defence today for the Bombers. Just a reminder, the defensive players can stay in their half of the court. Can't go into the offensive section, as here is Van Gemert, who kicked 7 goals in the first game. Great handball over the top to Moraldo inside the scoring zone. Can have a shot here. Van Germert's working hard off the ball to try provide another leading option. He's working really hard here. This is why he's one of the premier players in the league. There we go. Didn't stop moving there, Gemert. Followed up his own handball. Passes it back off beautifully. Puts them in better angle now for the Bombers. And Sam Moraldo going to open up the account here. I think he's going to look to pass that one back to Gemert. Like I said, kicked 7 goals in the first game here for the development squad. So he's got the hot hand at the moment. Lovely pass there. Great vision. These two are working really well together. Moraldo is going to take a shot, you would think. Pretty much straight in front. Hawthorn plays on the last line of defence there for that. As he's going to take a shot on goal here. And that nearly went through the ring up the top of the courts there as well. And that is all clear. First goal of the first semi-final. Goes the way of the Bombers. Sam Moraldo scoring that one through. So the Bombers didn't start too well, but as soon as they got it down their zone, they looked pretty dangerous, pretty potent in front of goals. As Hill just had a couple of errant handballs, haven't been able to get a good one connected to him. As the Hawks got this one inside their scoring zone. You can see what he was trying to do there. Saw the captain there going out the back, but couldn't hit her up. So the Bombers feel like they've weathered a bit of an early storm here by the Hawks. Hawks have come out of the gate pretty strong here. I think that's going to be holding the ball. It is. Fantastic defensive play. Forward pressure has been really good by the captain there for the Hawks. That's going to be holding the ball every day of the week. Just going to pass that one off. Great vision. Great mark. Going to be a shot for Caleb Logan, who did kick. Sorry, not Jeremy O'Halloran, sorry. For the Hawks. As he's going to score that one. That's a goal there for the Hawks. Great stuff there. It's Jeremy O'Halloran kicks the first here for the Hawks. Really liked how they've started this game. Plenty of pressure. I think their inside forward 50 pressure has been what's keeping them in this game so far. They've looked really good. As the Bombers just go for a bit of a mongrel handball forward. It's going to work out for the Bombers. Van Germet slots his first of the game. And the Bombers with an instant reply. As we look at the scoreboard, 12-7 here. 6 minutes gone in our first quarter. 4 by 10 minute quarters here. As that one gets tapped out towards the boundary. Just ran out of space there, did both players. There's a nice little handball there by Lewis Rowe. Great vision, finds Van Gemert. Now, he's a very unselfish player. He often passes these ones off, but he's going to take a shot on goal, as he should. That's his second. That's the Bombers' third. The Bombers really starting to find their groove now. Hawks had the early jump on them. Couldn't quite quantify that on the scoreboard. And the Bombers have just gone bang, bang, bang. Looking really good when it's inside their scoring zone. moving without the ball really well. Nice ruck contest, good tap out there towards O'Halloran, only goal scorer for the Hawks. There's a bit of a, just to try and get it down there, handball there from Moraldo, who has got a goal. Now first semi-final, lots at stake here today, chance to get into the prelim. We all know what that means. Chance to get into the last day of the season, penultimate day, the grand final. Both teams want it bad. Great pick up off the ground, was it? Even better handball in towards Gamert. Good little tap there, was it? By Matthew Ingram from the Hawks. That last second little tap there just stopped Van Gamert getting the mark and probably stopped a goal there. So great stuff there by the Hawks. They need to keep this up. That one goes out towards Argabe. That handball just a bit too much. Hills. Here we go. The Hawks are on here. Just needs a clean pick up. Gets it. That's the second there for O'Halloran. Hawks look good so far. 18-13, Essendon's way here with 2 minutes to play in the first quarter. Hawthorn looks really, really good today. Haven't won a game all year. You would think, statistically, they'd be due for a win. So, surely you can't lose 13 in a row. Against the Bombers in the semi-final. It's just got that bit of an upset feeling about it at the early stages. Obviously, Essendon's a great squad who have looked really good when they have had the ball. Just hasn't gone down there as much as they'd like. A strong mark there by Moraldo. He's been really good for the Bombers. Bit of a 1-2 action. Great smother there by Matthew Ingram. He's had some really good defensive acts here. And that's going to be a shot on goal. Tough angle. All clear. What a goal there by Sam Moraldo. That's his second. The best goal we've seen here today. Pretty tough angle on the move. Always look good. Umpire barely had to move off his line. It's 24-13 now, Bombers way. 11-point lead. About 50 seconds to go. Here is Hill. Having a bit of an almost day. It's going to come back to him. Wearing the yellow wristband showing that he is in the forward zone. That's going to be a goal there. How was that? By Yasin Hill. Fantastic. I'm not sure if he was going for the hit up or the goal, but either way it worked out. It looks really good. So the Hawks staying in this game. As that is Hill's first. He's led well all day, deserved that goal. It's 24-19 in the dying stages. Don't want to concede a goal here for either side. There's only about 18 seconds left. As takes a bit of a tumble there, does Sam Moraldo. That's probably going to take us into quarter time of our first semi-final. This has been a great game so far between second and fifth on the ladder. Age-old rivals in the Bombers and the Hawks. And he's going to be... As Moraldo's all good. Back up on it, so the clock does stop. So we've got still 52 seconds to play here in the first quarter. Interesting to see where this ball ends up. It's going to be a big play. If a team could score a goal here in the dying stages, it's going to allow a lot of momentum and confidence coming into that next quarter. Smart tap there by the captain. It's going to work out for the Hawks. Just couldn't quite get a clean pickup. Good O'Halloran would have been looking for his third. Smart little tap there. Unfortunately bounces out of bounds for the captain. It's going to be no score. You can see what she was trying to do. Nearly worked out there for Hill. The Bombers, I reckon, just need to slow it down. Maybe, oh, here's Gamert. Love watching this guy play. Lovely man too. Nearly falls out the back from Moraldo. Runs out of time and space there. Not long to go here. Can the Bombers score a red time goal? It'll be a coach killer if they do for Hawthorn. You don't want to give up goals in the dying stages. It almost adds 2 goals as he launches that one in, and surely that's outside the scoring zone. And that is going to be the end of our first quarter of our first semi-final of the VWFL Senior Robert Rose Foundation. Essendon with a 6-point lead here at quarter time, 25-19. We're going to take a short break before we come back for our second quarter of our first semi-final of the for our first semi-final between the Hawks and the Bombers. We'll be back shortly for some second quarter action. Welcome back to the live coverage of week 1 of finals here of the Victorian Wheelchair Football League, live from the Burundara Sports Complex. This is our first semi-final matchup for the senior squads. Essendon going up against Hawthorn. It's been a really entertaining first quarter. Hawks have looked really good early. Bombers would be the red-hot favourites coming into this game, finishing second on the senior list ladder, with Hawthorn finishing last. Yet to record a win here. We're about to get things underway for our second quarter. Umpire puts the ball up in the air. We're going to kick proceedings off here. Georgian in the ruck there for the Bombers. Little tap out the back. Here's Hill. It's going to be last out. Interesting call here. It's going to go to Hill. Just going to play a bit more of a defensive role. Passes that one off. And that's a wonderful goal there by the Bombers. Moraldo kicks his third. So perfect start there for Essendon. Hawthorn came into that first quarter pretty red hot. And Essendon is a pretty good side here. Here's Moraldo again. He's been one of their best players. He's chasing down the balls. Perito. Crowd shouting ball. Didn't get it. Moraldo passes it off towards Lewis Rowe, the captain. Moves that one inboards to James Leonard. Great passage of play here for the Bombers. Leonard, who is the vice-captain here. The senior squad. Pass that one to Moraldo just inside the scoring zone. They're going to call that, I believe. So the umpires tell him to clear out a little bit. As Moraldo looks to pass off here. Does so to Perito. He's going to spin around. Have his first shot of the day here for the Bombers. So they've come out here in the second quarter ready to play now, Essendon. I think they started it off a bit sluggish. They've come here ready to play. Perito's gone a long way back on his mark. Needs a bit of momentum to get this one. He's pretty far out. Slide angle. Looks good. First goal for Perito. Second of the second quarter for the Bombers. They've come out and kicked the first two straight away. They've come to play here in the second quarter. I feel the next goal is pretty important now for Hawthorn, because they haven't started this second quarter as they did in the first. Just struggling a little bit. Just need to get a bit of possession of ball. Try to slow things down a bit. Get things back on their terms. Winner of this one will be going into the preliminary final at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Spoiled for footy today. Best time of the year if you're a football fan. Lots of action, lots of finals. This is their first real chance for Hawks here in the second quarter. Broadbent's got it, passes it off to Hill. Bit of 1-2 action between Broadbent and Hill inside the scoring zone. He's got him out the back, he's asking for it. He's in the goal square open, no one spotted him yet. He's still got him there, and it's going to be a little bit too much on that. It's just going to be a minor score. Kick off Hawthorn's proceedings here in the second quarter. 20-37, 17-point lead for the Bombers. So well and truly in this game. As there is James Leonard, the vice-captain for the Bombers, deep inside defensive zone. Great movement there by Lewis Rowe, working without the ball well, providing great leading options. Here is Perito. He worked really hard for that. He was deep in the forward line. He takes that one around centre wing. He's been really impactful since he's come on the ground. As soon as I said that, he had a bit of a clanger there. Didn't go the way he wanted to. And great interception there by Lewis Rowe, the captain. Georgian's got the ball, passes it back to the captain. He's got James Leonard out wide here. Hasn't spotted him yet. Goes to the big one up the middle. How was that handball? Great vision. There's Perito. He's played really well. Just a little bit too much on that handball. Not sure what he was trying to do with that one, as that one goes out of bounds. As Hill's going to take that one up. He started in the forward line in the first quarter. He's moved to a more defensive role. As Leonard's going to take this one around centre wing. Lovely handball there to Lewis Rowe, the captain. He started this second quarter really well. Here's Moraldo. I haven't called his name in a while, but he's already kicked 3 goals today. He's a bit far out. I'm not sure if he took that inside the scoring zone, so he's going to have to look to pass this one off, or is he? That's hit the post, and it would have counted. Just hits the woodwork there, so take a deep breath if you're Hawthorn. Hill's going to take this one out. Lovely handball there towards Matthew Ingram. Still in the defensive zone. And passes that one up. Nice high ball. Well taken there by Titford. Passes back to Hill. Here we go, Hawks. This is the kind of play we need. Finn Broadbent takes a mark straight in front of goal. That was about the best passage of play I've seen from any team today. Great ball movement, great vision all round. Broadbent, surely you'd back him in from here. Straight in front. Looks, oh, he's just missed that one to the left. It's going to be a minor score, so huge opportunity there for the Hawks. Unfortunately goes begging. Here's Moraldo trying to clean things up here around centre wing. Perito's fighting hard for the ball along with Argay. That ball's just getting wedged between the two. Umpire asks for it back. About 5 minutes gone here in the second quarter. Our first semi-final between the Bombers and the Hawks. We've got 2 more semis coming at you today. And 2 prelims as well. As the Hawks finally starting to get a bit of possession here. And that's going to be holding the ball. Great defensive play by Moraldo. He does a bit of everything. He kicks goals, he tackles. As it's just starting to heat up a little bit out here. You can feel it's getting a bit chippy between the two teams. We do know Essendon and Hawthorn historically aren't the biggest fans of each other. As here is Adam Georgeland. Great handball back to Moraldo. He's on a bit of a 45-degree angle. Moves it into Perito, who's in a much better spot there. A little bit caught sleeping there with the Hawthorn defenders. Should have been a bit better than that. You can't let a man like Perito take a mark straight in front of goals, because he's always going to make you pay for it. As he does, that's his second. And the Bombers showing why they're the favourites in this game. 44-21 now. Lead of 23 points for the Bombers. Hawthorn have had a couple opportunities this quarter, but not too much. Bombers really starting to put the foot down at the moment. Good ruck contest between the two. Bit too much on that handball, on that tap, sorry, by Argay, the captain of the Hawks. So it's going to come back. It's going to go to, no, it's going to go to Finn Broadbent for the Hawks. So working hard off the balls, Mark Tipford has a shot on goal, misses that one just to the left. So rude opportunities going begging once again for the Hawks. They're still in this game. It's only 22 points. You'd be pretty happy if you're Hawthorn. As here's Van Gemert, who's been one of the best players all day for the Bombers. Looks inboard to Lewis Rowe. Great play there. Georgeland off to Perito. Back to Van Gemert. That's a goal for the Bombers. What a play there. Quick ball action. Everyone working for each other. Van Gemert gets rewarded. A pretty easy goal running in towards open face. Van Gemert's now kicked 10 goals throughout the first quarter and a bit here, so you're going to have to start tagging him or doing something. So he's playing a wonderful game of football here for Bombers, trying to put both those squads into the prelims. The development side did beat the Hawks in their first matchup. That's got to be holding the ball, you would think, umpire. Yep, right call there, Broadbent. Good defensive back there in the middle. Broadbent, who's played well for the Hawks, passes that one off to Hill. Hill has got a goal here. Goes back to Broadbent. Nearly a big collision there. Good sportsmanship shown by both the players. I think he marked that one just outside the scoring zone. Passes it off there to Mark Tedford. Takes the mark. He can have a shot on goal. He's looking around. I reckon he's just going to go for goal, as he should. Straight through the middle. Great goal there by the Hawks. That's what they needed here. Still in this game, 28-50 now. 32-point lead for the Bombers. Titford getting one back. If they can get a couple here before half-time, maybe just one more, they can go in, regroup, collect themselves and come out in the second half and try top off the Bombers. Here's Van Germen. Had the arm pinned there. It'll be interesting to see what the umpire does. Yep, he's called that holding, so it's going to go to Van Gemert. Broadbent and Van Gemert, they've got a good contest between those two. Lovely interception there by Hill. Just a bit too much on the handball, unfortunately. Mark Titford, not great for him. James Leonard's chasing it down here for the Bombers. Lovely little underarm pass over the top there. Hill intercepts it once again, looks inboard. Not enough on the hand pass. Broadbent coming off bounds. Hill puts his hands on his head. There was a big opportunity gone missing there for the Hawks. Would have been a huge goal just before the cusp of half-time. Here is Lewis Robe, moves that in towards Pareto. Rare drop there for Pareto. And this is going to be a big call. There's only 13 seconds left on the clock. So if it goes Essendon's way, they've still got an opportunity to score. Not sure what's happening here. The umpire, I think it's going to be a ruck contest, is it? And that is going to be the end of our first half of our first semi-final for the senior squad. Essendon 50-28, 32-point leaders over the Hawks at the moment. Hawthorn played really good first half. Started off a bit slow there in the second quarter. Bombers showing why they're one of the best sides in the league. We're going to have a short break over half-time. Come back for our second half of our first semi-final between the Bombers and the Hawks. My name's Austin Kruger and we'll be back shortly. Welcome back to the Victorian Wheelchair Football League Finals Week 1, live from Burundara Sports Complex down in Balwyn North. My name's Austin Kruger. I'll be joining you all day. Plenty of finals footy coming at you. We've already had one match up this morning in the Development League. Essendon getting the win by 63 points over Hawks. This is our first of the senior semi-finals between the Bombers and the Hawks. 32-point lead as it stands right now at the start of the second half. 4 by 10-minute quarters. 2 quarters to go here. Hawthorn's played really well so far, considering they haven't won a game all year. They're really taking it up to the Bombers. Bombers really started to find their stride early in that second quarter. Hawks just picking it back a bit at the end there. A couple of missed opportunities for them. Probably could be a little bit closer here. That's nearly intercepted there by James Leonard. It's going to fall out of bounds. I believe that's going to go to the captain of the Hawks there, Joanna Argabe. As we've got the start of our second half of our first semi-final right after this. Fantastic intercept mark there by Leonard, vice captain of the Bombers. He's saying, come on, someone come at me, I need a lead. Someone gets it from William Taylor. Still deep inside the defensive zone there for the Bombers. Haven't quite worked it out of trouble yet. He plays on here. Nice handball there to James Leonard. So still, they're just trying to methodically work it out of the defensive zone. Here is Moraldo's kick 2 already. Played a fantastic game. A couple of chase down tackles as well. Doing it all. Here's Leonard. A few early touches here for the vice captain. Looks inboard. Great vision there to Van Gemert. He's kicked 3 goals here in this game. Back to Leonard. He's finding the football a bit here. He's going to get a bit of leather poisoning to start this second half. Here's Van Gemert. Inside the scoring zone, you'd back him in from here. He's already slotted 3 this afternoon. Passes it off unselfishly to Moraldo, who's in a better position on the ground. A very unselfish team here. There's Moraldo's third, all clear for the Bombers. They get the first goal of the second half here. So that's the start you want. Have a look at the goal kickers. Moraldo's kicked 3 for the Bombers. Pareto 2, Van Gemert 3. Singles for the Hawks for Hill and Titford. And 2 for O'Halloran. 2 minutes played here in the second half. Here's Van Gemert, read that one well. Got a couple options, takes the mark. Does William Taylor. Had to go backwards to go forward sometimes. James Leonard, how good has he been to start off this second half? There's no way he's letting his team go down in the semi-final. Nice little underarm pass there, so that's going to be play on. Great vision there to Van Gemert, straight in front of goal. How good has James Leonard's been to start off this second half? Fantastic play. He's been quite the maestro here in the second half as Leonard. There's Van Gemert. Easy as you like, all clear. That's his 4th. He just knows where the goals are. Kicked 11 across both games here. Hasn't even been 2 games and he's already slotted 11. You can only imagine how many goals he'll end up with by the end of the day if they're lucky enough to win this one and go through to the prelim, which will be at 3 o'clock later this afternoon. End of this game, we're going to have the second semi-final for the Development League. Collingwood going up against St Kilda, 2 modern rivals going at it. Pretty even on the ladder. It's going to be quite the game. Great handball there from Leonard to Moraldo. Chemistry between these players. Been fantastic to start. Third quarter, barely letting Hawthorn get a possession on the ball. Very unselfish team, something I've noticed throughout this game. Always looking to get a better option on the goals. Doesn't matter who kicks them, as long as you're in front. Seems to be the ethos here for the Bombers. Straight in front is Van Gemert. No doubt about it. That is his 5th goal here in this first semi-final for the seniors. He's playing excellent football. Putting the Bombers in a really strong position here. Starting to get a bit out of grip there for the Hawks. 40 points down. Early stages of the third quarter. Here's David Ralph. Has kicked 1. Needs a clean pickup. Does O'Halloran. Couldn't quite get it. Well defended there by Leonard. That one's just going to go through for a minor score. So Leonard's directing traffic. You can see why he's one of the leaders of the team. These 2 teams played each other 3 times throughout the year. Average win for Essendon was 98 points throughout those games. Caleb Logan kicking 25 in one of those games, which is the all-time record for the VWFL. As here is William Taylor around the centre line. Couldn't get the mark, could Georgian. Contested ball here. He's got 2 on him. Did well. Broadbent chases that one down. Trying to keep it in. Manages to do so. Quick little handball out the back there. Didn't get a great bounce. Did O'Halloran. That one's going to go out of bounds here. Who's it going to? That's Anthony. That's Mark Titford, sorry. Nice vision there. Inboard to Broadbent. Broadbent had a good first half. Been a bit quiet to start off today. Back to Titford, back to Broadbent. Might have to go back again. Oh, nearly got the mark there was Ralph. Bit unlucky there, just at the last second, slipped through the fingers. O'Halloran's going to chase this one down. Couldn't quite get to it. It's going to come back to Leonard for the Bombers. 39 points up at the moment. Here is Georgeland to Van Germet. Germet's kicked 5 here in the first semi-final. Underarm pass there, so it's going to be play on. Great little smother there by Hill. Couldn't quite see the footy, went past it. Just nice handball there from Perito to Hill. Gives it back to Broadbent. He's just going to hold up now. Hill's looking to make a lead here inside the scoring zone. I think that's going to be just outside the zone. You could see William Taylor was trying really hard to defend him there. Moraldo's going to be on the mark. Be interesting to see if that was called inside the scoring zone. He's put the fingers on saying go deep. I think umpire's letting him know. Hill, who has slotted 1 already for the Hawks. This will take about everything he's got. There is Georgeland on the last line of defence there for the Bombers. It's an important role to play. You always need someone back there. As he passes that off to Leonard. What a handball there to Moraldo. Great vision down the court. I thought maybe that travelled past the centre zone, but umpire lets that one go, and that's a goal there for Moraldo. That's his 4th. The Bombers starting to pile it on now here in the second half. 74-29. 3 minutes to go here in the third quarter. That's Moraldo's 4th. He's been excellent for the Bombers. Lovely little handball back inboard to Van Gemert. He's got Leonard wide and open here. Now Leonard can't score. He's not an attacking player, but moves it back inside the scoring zone. Once again, the vision and the working off the ball has been fantastic here for the Bombers. He's going to take a shot on goal. Missed that one to the right. Rare mistake here by Van Gemert. Kicked 11 goals today. Only a couple minor scores. Could be pretty happy with that. 2 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Umpire calls play on. Bit of a chaos ball forward. It's going to work out here for the Hawks. Hill running in towards an open goal. Oh, he hits the post. Unfortunate there for the Hawks. Had a bit too much time to think about it. And stuffed that one up, did the Hawks. That one went right through the hands of William Taylor. So the Hawks are on here. Hill trying desperately to get him going. Great pick up off the ground there by the captain of the Hawks. Defensive pressure being fantastic here. Falls out to Hill. Surely he's not going to mess it up again. And he does, unfortunately, there. For the Hawks, it's a minor score. He's not happy with himself at all. It's probably been about 3 or 4 goals, certain goals that Hawthorn could have had. Just trying to do a little bit too much. They could be well and truly in this game. It's starting to get a little bit out of hand now, 75-31. As here's Leonard, who's played an outstanding quarter in the third premiership quarter. As Perito comes back onto the ground, Broadbent in towards Hill. Here we go, Hill. It's getting a little bit chippy between these two. We've had a bit of back and forth. Have Perito. Sorry, not Perito. Has Leonard and Hill getting a bit chippy. As Hill's going to have his third shot in a matter of about a minute here. And that one's all through. Goal there for the Hawks. Hill second. Makes amends for previous mistakes. 75-37. Not long to play here in the third quarter of our first semi-final for the senior squad. To win or go home type of match. Essendon looking good to make it into the preliminary final, which will be today, for a chance to play the Tigers in the big dance next week. It's going to be tough opposition going up against the Tigers. Here's Perito, who's had an impact straight away coming back onto the court. He's already slotted 2. Tough angle. He's a good player. Got a good view on this one. Right on the buzzer of 3/4 time. So the umpire says you can't move off your line. Get all the players back. Here comes Perito. Looks good. It's a goal there for the Bombers at the end of 3/4 time. Exactly what you don't want as a Hawthorn fan. Bombers 81-37 at the end of the 3rd quarter. We're going to take a short break down at the Burundara Sports Complex. We'll be back with the last quarter of our first semi-final of the senior squad. I'm Justin Kruger, and we'll see you shortly. Welcome back, everyone, to the Victorian Wheelchair Football League Finals, Week 1, live from the Burundara Sports Complex. My name's Austin Kruger, joining you all day. This is our second matchup of the day. First semi-final of the senior squads. Essendon going up against Hawthorn. Essendon finishing second on the ladder, 9 wins, 3 losses. Coming in favourites to this game, going up against Hawthorn, who've yet to record a win this season. Hawthorn started off the game really well. They look to be well in it. But as the game's gone on, Essendon shown why they are one of the best sides in the league. Coming from Van Germet with 5 goals. Moraldo's kicked 5, Perito's 3. Have a look at Hawthorn. Halloran's kicked 2, Hills kicked 2, Titford with the single. They've looked good, Hawks, but a few sloppy mistakes deep inside forward 50's been costly for them. You think that scoreboard's not really an accurate representation of how the game's felt as a spectator. As we get things underway here for our last quarter between the Bombers and the Hawks. First semi-final. Winner of this one goes into the prelim. That'll face St Kilda or Collingwood later today at 3 o'clock. Right after this game, we've got our second semi-final of the Development League. Collingwood going up against St Kilda. That's going to start at midday. As Rowe passes that one off to Leonard. Leonard's had the hot hand this game. Passes it back to the captain. Got it just before the centre bounce. Here's Perito. He's been really good all across the ground, providing great leading options. Moves that one straight in front. Mark taken by the Bombers, plays on. Takes a shot on goal. That's all clear. Lovely goal there by Caleb Logan. Slots his first. Haven't seen him yet today, Caleb Logan, who is one of the star players. Maybe they're just resting him a little bit for the preliminary. Kicked 115 goals this year, well 116 goals now for Caleb Logan. Did record 25 goals in a single game against the Hawks, so knows how to score them, especially against the Hawks. Here's Broadbent, just trying to provide something here for the Hawks. Now last quarter, just a bit too much on that handball. Didn't get a great bounce. It's going to fall out of bounds last touch. Could go the way of the Bombers. Captain's going to take this one in. 50-point advantage for the Bombers as it stands right now. Here here's James Leonard playing out of his skin at the moment, is he? As just keeps that one inboard to the captain in row. Perito's leading hard, just gives it back to Leonard. They're just slowly moving it up the ground, not trying to do anything too crazy. He's got Perito coming out there. Great mark. Stretched his arms out the last second. Well taken there. Outside the scoring zone, he's Caleb Logan looking really dangerous. You see his ball movement. Look at that. Look at this lead. Doesn't quite work out. Well defended there by Broadbent. Perito's trying to get it to him. And he does. Here is Caleb Logan. Vice captain here for the Bombers. Already kicked the first goal of the last quarter. Passes that one on selfishly. Umpire says got to bring it back onto your line. Unfortunate there for the Bombers. Right call there by the ump. Going to think about having a shot here. I think he's going to pass that one off to Perito. Backs himself in as he should. That's all clear goal. Logan's kicked his second in a span of 30 seconds here. Bombers really starting to heat up here in the last quarter. As the Hawks have started this game really well, just haven't been able to sustain it throughout as the game has gone on. Essendon has started to really dominate around the play. As here is Broadbent for the Hawks. He's played well. He's been valiant in what looks to be a defeat here for the Hawks. Still couldn't record a win between the seniors and development, so they'll have their eyes on next year. As Hill passes that one in to Titford, who can get his second here. And what's that going to be called? That's going to be a penalty. That's a 5-metre penalty against James Leonard. Passes that to Hill. Hill has a shot, needs a good bounce, gets it. That's Hill's third. Great play there by the Hawks. A little bit undisciplined there by James Leonard. I think he thought it was play on and tried to get the holding the ball call. Fortunate it was a 5-metre penalty. So Hill's kicked. Hill's had 3 now. Hawthorn's going to start this one off. Centre bounce, down by 50 points, 4 minutes gone. Here in the last quarter, Hill's been great here for the Hawks. Big sweeping handball at the back to the captain. Well marked there by Joanna Argay, the captain. Strong hands, you can hear the crowd cheering her on. Pretty much straight in front. And she sprayed that one to the left. It just sort of sums up Hawthorn's day. Just not quite on the mark. They've been close, they've been in and around it. Score could be a lot closer right now if a few goals went their way, but fortunate enough for the Bombers. They're well on top of this game and looking to get into the second semi-final, looking to get into the preliminary final, sorry. As here is Leonard. Can't get over how good he has been in the second half. Here's Caleb Logan out the back. Perito with the one-hander. How good was that? Passed it off to Logan, running into an open goal. Fantastic play there by the Bombers. Shared the cake, did Perito. Leonard still arguing with the umpire despite being up by 56 points and just kicked a goal. Umpire's just having a bit of a chat here. I'm not sure what they're speaking about. Perito and Leonard just have a bit of a chat there. It looks like it's getting a bit heated. It's all clear a goal. So that's Logan. Logan's third. We've only seen him here in the last quarter. Slotted 3 goals in 6 minutes. It's a very dangerous player. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of him in the preliminary final. Coming up at 3 o'clock. He's one of their star players. I think they didn't want to bring him on too early. Sort of see how the game goes. Nearly marked there by Hill. Just sort of fell in his hands. And that's another poster for Hill. He's tried really hard today, Hill. Just lacked a little bit of polish in front of goals. But he's provided well all day, hasn't given up. Bombers still in the defensive zone, passes that one off to Leonard, turns around. He's got the captain leading across the wing there. Strong mark, moves it into the centre zone. Here's Pareto, nearly takes a great one off the ground. Smart little tap, nearly works for O'Halloran, taps it forward. Okay, just went a little bit too far for that one. Bombers are going to sweep this one up nicely. Here's Caleb Logan, needs a good bounce. I think that one's just going to go in. No, oh, it's hit the post. Just ran out of space there to Caleb Logan. Would have had his fourth in pretty quick succession. Did mention before he kicked 25 goals against the Hawks. 55-point advantage right now for the Bombers. They did average throughout the year a 98-point victories over the Hawks. So I guess as a Hawthorn supporter, you'd think, well, we've done a lot better than we have during the season. Showed some good fight here in the final. Logan's just needs a bit of help here as the clock will stop. About 3 minutes to play here in our first semi-final. St Kilda Collingwood going to be coming up next at midday of the Development League. Winner of that game will play Essendon in the preliminary final at 2 o'clock. The umpire calls time back on, nearly 100 to 45, 55 points at the moment. It stands for the Bombers. Only had the 3 losses this year, did they? Massive percentage. A high scoring team are the Bombers. As lovely little handball out the back. Leonard and Hill fight hard for it. Here comes the captain Lowe. Has the speed on him. Hill tried to keep that one in. The 2 players having a bit of banter here. Bit of chit chat. Nice handball. Good sweeping mark there by Mark Titford. Nearly went a bit to his right. Just stretched out the last second. Managed to take it in the mitts. So it's going to come back to Argay. Slide angle. Surely have a shot from here. Did miss one earlier, straight in front. Passes that one off unselfishly. Back to Titford. Underarm pass, so it's going to be play on. And that's going to be holding the ball. Did she have prior opportunity? It was a pretty red-hot call there by the ump. Was quick onto it. She doesn't look too happy. Still got a smile on her face. As Leonard moves that one to Pareto. Called those two together a few times today. Caleb Logan, God, he leads well, doesn't he? He works so hard without the footy. Even loves to play onto. Couldn't quite get a good connection on that handball. Throws his neck in the end. Thinks, what happened there? Really like Caleb Logan's attack. Wants to keep the ball moving. He's not a stagnant player. And you can see how much attention he draws for the Hawthorn defenders. Smart handball there. Just a bit too much on it for Hill. Going to go back to the Bombers here, right in front of me in centre wing. So you can just see they've got their eyes on Logan, trying to give it to him. A little too much on that handball, not going to work out. O'Halloran cleans it up. Play on, says the umpire. Smart little tap to himself, didn't quite work out. There's Titford over the back to Hill. Hill can slot his 4th and does so. It's a finger up in the air, you beauty. Hill's played an excellent game. 4 goals for Hill. Probably could have had 5, 6 or 7, to be honest. He's been in and around it all day. He's battled hard. Been contesting well. Pretty hard to kick 4 goals while being defended by James Leonard. So very good stuff there by Hill. As his Broadbent just couldn't get a clean pick up. Logan and Pareto chase that one down into an open goal. And that's the semi-final there for the Bombers. You can see the impact Logan has had on the Bombers since he's come onto the court. He's only been here since the start of the 4th quarter, slotted 4, and has just really put this game away now for the Bombers. 106 to 51 in the dying stages. Here is Hill. Maybe last opportunity here for a consolidation goal for the Hawks. You had Titford there, not enough on the handball. Back to Hill. Ran out of space, just had to throw the hand out. It's going to go back to the Bombers here as the seconds run out. Be fitting if the game ended in James Leonard's hands. And that is the first semi-final over and done with. Essendon winning 106-51. Pretty dominant display there for the Bombers. They're going to move on to the preliminary final. They'll face either St Kilda or Collingwood later today. So we'll take a short break and listen to the song, and we'll be back for our next. And we've been told to turn the song off just for now. What's happening here? I think there was a free kick paid. So technically, still got to have his last possession. Does Pareto for the Bombers? Surely too far from here. You'd need a bit of a torpedo. Jeez, he's got a good amount of purchase on that, but not quite enough. Broadbent takes a mark, and that is the end of the first semi-final. Essendon, the victors, 106-51. We're going to be back at midday for our second semi-final in the development link between Collingwood and St Kilda. My name's Austin Kruger down at the Burundara Sports Complex, and we'll be back shortly for more finals action. Welcome back, everyone, to the live coverage of the first week of finals here for the Victorian Wheelchair Football League, live from Burundara Sports Complex down at Barwon North. My name's Austin Kruger. I'll be joining you for all of our finals action today. We've already had two games this morning. First semi-final in the Development League. Essendon 84 defeating the Hawks by 64 points. Then for the seniors, it was the Essendon and the Hawks going at it again, with the Bombers winning 106 to 51. So for the development and the seniors, the Bombers are through to the preliminary final, which will be today. So there's plenty of finals action. We've got semis and prelims. This is going to be our second semi-final for the Development League. Collingwood going up against St Kilda. Have a look at the ladder for the Development League. Collingwood finished third on the ladder with 5 wins and 4 losses. St Kilda not too far behind them, fourth on the ladder. 2 wins and 6 losses throughout the year. Collingwood did play an extra game on them. Have a look at their matchups throughout the year. Between the Pies and the Saints, they only played the once in the Development League. Collingwood won that game by 64 points. So you would think Collingwood, the favourites to come into this game, move on to the preliminary finals. But You never know with finals footy. I know the Saints be very keen to try and get a big win here today down to the Victorian Wheelchair Football League. We've got semi-finals and prelims. So we're about to get things underway here. Collingwood's going to be scoring to the left of your screen. St Kilda to the right. Modern day rivals in the Pies and the Saints as we're about to kick things underway here for second semi-final for the Development League. Bit of back and forth there. Ends up in the hands of Tyler Nash. Moves that towards Matthew Blunt for Collingwood. Nearly going to fall there for the Saints. Ben Van Ray picks it up. Just went a little bit too far past it. Contested ball here at the moment. Well picked up by Nash. That's a goal there for the Saints. Start off the day. Quick, smart with a goal. Great start there for your St Kilda. It's exactly what you want to ask for. Tyler Nash kicking the first there for the Saints. Couldn't ask for a better start for the red, white and black. Going up against Collingwood. The Pies. Here comes Collingwood. Instant reply there. And that's a minor score for Brett Newman. Just missed that one to the left there at the last second. Looked good. Don't have a number 8 here for St Kilda. Moves that towards Cochrane. Deep inside defensive zone here for the Saints. Umpire just tells Gertie to come back a couple metres. Leading up the ground here is Tyler Nash. Kick the first. Intercepted by the Collingwood player in Matthew Blunt. Passes that one off quickly. A little bit too easy there for the St Kilda defenders. Brett Newman in a pretty dangerous spot here for the Pies. Looking to get an instant reply here on the scoreboard. Their second semi-final looks good off the hand. It is. That's Collingwood's first of the day. That's Newman's first. Been a red-hot start to this second semi-final. I did pencil this one in when I was having a look at the fixture as one of the best matchups of the day. I know Collingwood's had the better of them so far this season, but it's more of an even playing field in finals, and I think that's going to be holding the ball. It is. Cochrane gets pinned there. There was probably one before that as well, so the umpire had to call one of them. Good early pressure here by the Pies. Passes that one off to Brian Owens. Looks inside of the scoring zone, just over the top there of Newman. Nearly falls there for Hegarty. Just running out of space a little bit here. Both players trying to get a great pick up. A great smother there by St Kilda player. Last line. Did really well. I believe that is Nabali. Don't have a number 8 on the team sheet here for the Saints. Desperation play. Great smother. Passes that one to Cochrane. Inside the defensive zone here for the Saints. 8-6. Early stages of this game. Underarm pass. Might just sit well here for the Saints. Tyler Nash is chasing it down. The ball bounces out in the last second. Matthew Blunt's going to take this one in for the Pies. Looks into the centre of the ground. Well done there by Brian Owens. He's got to pass that one off, and he does to Newman. Newman thought about playing on and just slotting that, but he's going to take his time, go back, line up for his second. Newman's looks really dangerous to start this game. Straight in front for the Pies. That's all clear. Newman kicks his second. That's Collingwood's second as well. So the Saints got the quick jump start on the Pies, but ever since then, Collingwood's looked really good. Pretty potent, moving into the forward zone. Just back into the middle of the ground here. Cochrane in the ruck. Fighting hard is Brian Owens. Nice, smart little tap there. Might just trickle out of bounds, and it does. Last touch by Collingwood players. So Tyler Nash is going to take this one inboard for the Saints. He's asking just for a few more options here. Well spotted. Ben Van Ray for the Saints. Was asking for it, was pleading for it. He got it. Handball just a little wayward there. Just a little bit to the left. Unfortunate there for the Saints. It's going to go out of bounds. Give Collingwood another opportunity to move forward. Just a little bit shaky here. Very well intercepted there by Nash. Nash has had a red-hot start to this game, playing really well for the Saints. Definitely outstanding player. Just chipping it around the ground, slowing it down things for a sec, trying to stop Collingwood's momentum. Well done there by Brett Newman, getting in and around all facets of the game. Doesn't just slot goals, also defensive plays. He's got a few players out the back here, a bit too much on that handball. It's going to be no score there outside of the scoring zone. Just a bit too much on that. He had 2 players going back into an open goal. Unfortunately, couldn't hit him up. 14-6, Collingwood's way here. 5 minutes played in the first half. Dangerous handball into a bad spot. It's going to go out of bounds. Opportunity here for the Pies once again. A little bit undisciplined by the Saints. Brian Owen's going to take this one. He's going to have to look to center this ball. Two Saints players nearly try ripping the ball off each other. Catherine Simmons nearly had the mark there. It's going to go to Nabali, who's played well in defence. Looks like a young squad, the Saints. Like I said, finished 4th on the ladder. 1 spot behind the Pies. Pies did record 3 more wins during the year. Interestingly enough, these teams have only played each other once throughout the year, so both teams don't know too much about each other. And I think that early round 3 matchup between the two, where Collingwood won by 64 points, probably isn't an accurate representation of where the teams are at now. I imagine they've both improved a lot since then. Round 3 was a long time ago, so Collingwood's really starting to get on top here. The Saints had a good first 2 minutes, but since then it's been all the Pies. Moves that one into Newman. Already slotted 2. I believe he marked that one inside the scoring zone. I think he's going to pass off. Centres that one well. Here's Brian Owens for the Pies straight in front. Passes that one off. Unselfish play there. There's Hegarty for the Pies. Slight angle. Not too far out. Plays on a bit. Passes it off to Newman, who's in good form. Why wouldn't you want to pass it to him? Lining up for his 3rd and Collingwood's 3rd. This is important for the Saints. Can't let this game get too far away from each other, but they are at the moment. That's Newman's 3rd. Pies up 20-6 here. So they've come out after that quick start by the Saints. The Pies have really got things back on their terms here in our 2nd semi-final. Winner of this game will play Essendon in the preliminary final, which will be later today at 2 o'clock. So don't go anywhere. There's still more finals footy. Lovely little pass there. Nearly works out. Simmons got caught sleeping. As that one goes out of bounds. And whose ball is it? It's going to be St Kilda's ball. Simmons trying hard to get a bit of space on Owens. Owen defending well. That's a good mark there by Simmons. Strong hands, stretching out. Bit of a dangerous ball there. It's going to work out. Here is Nash. Had a good start. I haven't called their name in a little bit. Oh, that's a bad handball into a dangerous area there for the Pies. Luckily enough for the Saints, might work out. Can't quite pick the footy up. Umpire's called a ball up here inside the Collingwood scoring zone. 20-6. So it's two 15-minute halves for the Development League. Our second semi-final down the Burundara Sports Complex. Victorian Wheelchair Football League. It's a wonderful league. If anyone's thinking about coming down or knows anyone that's interested in playing, more than welcome to come down, reach out in the socials, get involved, try to expand this league, make it even bigger than it already is. Looks to be good fun out there. It's a great community. It's just stolen, pickpocketed and hit the post. Nearly a great play there by Newman. Just stole it out the pocket of Simmons. Nearly had his 4th. 21-6. So St Kilda really struggling to get it inside their scoring zone. It's barely moved past that halfway line the past few minutes. It's got a residency down here at the moment. Does the ball in Collingwood scoring zone. Owens taps it to himself a few times. Needs a clean pickup. Spins around. Great interception there by Simmons. Great spoil. Stays in board. No, just out. How good was that spoil by Catherine Simmons? It was a good call by the ump. The wheel was just on the line there. It was fair enough. Or is it coming back to Collingwood, is it? It is. Matthew Blunt's going to take this one for the Pies. I thought that was a St Kilda ball. Apologies. Just telling them to come back a little bit on the mark. Not a great handball. Nash tries stealing that one. Thought there might have been a bit prior opportunity there, but I didn't see it. Newman chasing that ball. Nearly 10 minutes to elapse here in the first half between the Pies and the Saints. Trying not to be too biased as an avid St Kilda supporter. Unfortunately, watched the Saints go down in the Victorian Blind League Grand Final last week. As that is an interception mark inside the scoring zone for Brett Newman. Going to be lining up for the fourth for the Pies. Fourth for him as well. And then just misses that one a bit to the left. Newman's kicked 3-2 now. All the scoring coming from Newman. Saints just struggling here. Collingwood's defending really well, and you can just see that pressure. You can see them feeling the pressure. It was a pretty easy uncontested mark there, and Collingwood managed to get the ball back. As there's Newman once again. Similar spot to the last shot we've seen. This is a big shot here, nearly on the cusp of half-time. Newman rolls in, that's a goal. That's his fourth. The Pies are off to a great start here. The Saints really on the back foot. They came out strong with that first goal and about the opening 20, 30 seconds. Since then, it's been all Collingwood. As Cochrane's going to take the ruck. Falls to Newman once again. And now who was that last off? That's going to be no score by the umpires. So the Saints are going to take this one from the goal square. Oh, from out of bounds, actually. Just chucks that one and goes straight to Matthew Blunt. Not a mark because that was an underarm pass, so that is equivalent to a handball in AFL terms. Here comes Brett Newman, spins around, goes all the way. That's his fifth. All clear for the Pies, 34-6. They are steaming the Saints at the moment. Only 3 minutes to play here in the first half. Newman's kicked 5. Single for Tyler Nash for the Saints. 3 minutes to go here. If you're St Kilda, try not to concede another goal. Here is Catherine Simmons. Been good in defence. Some nice interception plays, some good smothers. Fortunately, hasn't been quite enough with the likes of Brett Newman in the forward line. He's looking potent as anything. Here he is once again, one-handed. Taps it to himself. How good was that? All class there from Newman. Who needs two hands anyway? Well done there by Newman. Looking for 6 in a row here, the Pies. With a player like Newman, you're not going to miss goals like that. That's his 6th. What a start here, not only by Collingwood, but specifically Brett Newman. Hasn't just been him. All the players on Collingwood finding him in the forward line. Saints just have not been able to get it past that centre line. Really, since about the 2-minute mark of this first half. Here come the Pies once again. Nice little handball, running out of time and space. That's going to be holding the ball. Great chase down there by Cochrane. That's the kind of play the Saints need. I think, yeah, come back a little bit. Just need to get things going here for the Saints. Nice little 1-2 action. Thought about playing on. Good decision to just hold up there for a sec. Strong mark there by the Saints. Tyler Nash inside the scoring zone. Already got one for the St Kilda so far. Goes for it. Gets a good bounce. That's another one here for the Saints. On the cusp of half-time, they really needed that to stay in this game. That's 2 now for Nash. All clear. What a great goal that was. Got the lucky bounce. Sometimes you need that in footy. Doesn't always work out your way. Often works the other way with that ball. So 40-12 scoreboard stands at the moment. Nice tap. It's straight to a St Kilda player. Saints starting to get going a bit here at the late stages. Looking a bit better, moving the ball. Just not quite enough on that handball. Well done there by Tyler Nash. Doing everything they can at the moment to keep the Saints in this game. Looks around. Nash really the only one providing good leading opportunities for the Saints. We need a few more players to be using that same work rate. 21 and 22 for the Saints. Nash and Cochrane. They're the two to watch. They're the two to stop if you're Collingwood. Good vision there. Moves it inboard. Not long to play here in our first half. Can the Saints get another one at the edge of half-time? Great mark there. Tyler Nash inside the scoring zone. You can hear the crowd getting into this one. 15 seconds left on the clock. Got him in the middle. Oh, Ben Van Ray was in the middle, pretty open. Tried to overuse that one a little bit too much there, the Saints. It proved costly. Just umpiring. And that is the end of the first half. Collingwood up 40-12 here in our second semi-final for the Development League. Brett Newman kicking 6 for the Pies, Tyler Nash 2 for the Saints. We're going to have a short break before we get things underway for our second half of the second semi-final. Winner of this one to play Essendon in the prelims. My name's Austin Kruger, calling the Victorian Wheelchair Football League finals. We'll be back shortly for some second half action. Welcome back to the 2022 Victorian Wheelchair Football League Finals, Week 1, live from the Burundara Sports Complex down in Bowen. My name's Austin Kruger, joining you all day. Plenty of finals football. This is our second semi-final between the Pies and the Saints. Collingwood up 40-12 at the moment. A strong lead. Saints jumped the gun at the early stages of the first half, but ever since then it's been all Collingwood. 2 goals for Tyler Nash, the Saints. Brett Newman's kicked 6 for the Pies. He's looked really dangerous. Winner of this game will face the Bombers in the preliminary final at 2 o'clock. That one gets tapped straight out of bounds. It's 2 15-minute halves for the Development League. 28 points the margin. The Saints need the first goal of this half. And that handball's not going to help out too much. Who's going to get to it first? There's Brett Newman doing a bit of everything. Passes it off to Brian Owens. Looks back inboard. Straight back to Newman. Fantastic play there by the Pies. Bit of 1-2 action. Owens just says, take a shot, mate. You've already kicked 6. Got the hot hand. Let's make it 7. Not good for St Kilda if he gets this one. Hangs that one to the left. I think he's at about 6 goals, 3 as Newman. Good crowd building here today at the Burundara Sports Complex for finals footy. 6 games. I've already had 2. First semi-final in the Development League between Essendon and the Hawks. Essendon won that one by 64 points. Then in the seniors, Bombers got up once again over the Hawks. So Essendon through to the preliminary final for both the Development League and the seniors, making sense. Both teams finishing second on the ladder in the respective leagues. Have a look at the Development League. Saints finished 4th on the ladder. Only managed the 2 wins this year. Collingwood finished 3rd. So pretty even teams. Only played each other once. Collingwood winning that one by 64 points. And there's been a bit of a stalemate to start this one off. There hasn't been too much free-flowing play as it stands right now. This is our second and final half. This semi-final. Winner to play the Bombers. As here come the Pies. Newman once again providing great leading options. Being fantastic for the Pies. Big reason why they are so much in front. How was that handball over the back there? Finding Aaron Cuttajar pretty much straight in front of goal. Great vision there by Newman. Set him up beautifully. Cuttajar is in a pretty good spot in the ground for a goal. Umpire tells Simmons just come back a little bit. Just going to give this one the full 9 yards. Nearly takes a mark to Brian Owens. Little spoil there from the Saints players. Another great little tap there. Tries moving the ball forward. Well picked up there by Collingwood. Just goes over the top of Simmons' head. It's a race to who gets to it first. No one managing to pick up the footy yet. And both players fighting for it. Here's Cochrane for the Saints. Played really well. Doing a bit of everything at the moment. Not looking good for the Saints right now. 41-12. And they've just really struggled to get it inside their scoring zone. Whenever they have got it down there, they've looked pretty good. And Brad Newman with the interception plays on, gives it back to Cuttajar. Spoils that one. Newman misses again. So he's missed a few in a row now, Newman. He's kicked 6. I think he's missed about 3 in a row now. So just keeping the Saints in this game. Still plenty of time left for a comeback. St Kilda are a good team along with the Pies. So it's a pass there. Doesn't have much in front of him. And that's going to be holding the ball, is it? Just had no options in front of the ball. Couldn't really do much. Can't blame Tyler Nash there. Couldn't have a shot from that far out, as that's a great ball to Newman. Strong hands in the mittens. Surely Newman kicks his 7th now. As the Pies looking to extend this lead to 36 points with a goal here. All clear. That's Brett Newman's 7th goal. Actually the only goal kicker, goal scorer for the Pies. 7 goals, how about it? Saints really struggling now. It's looking like quite a conclusive win here for the Pies. Still about 10 minutes to play here in the second half. 36 points the margin. Brian Owens chases that one down, moves it in towards Newman. Newman's going to turn around, have a look inboard. He's got Cuttajar out the back. Moves it towards Blunt. Blunt has a look around. Where is Newman, he says. He's going to go, just chip it around the side, wait till they get a good option. Working hard is Owens for a lead. Here comes Newman once again. Just inside the scoring zone, I believe. He's pretty far out. It's going to take absolutely all he's got. Passes that off well. Cuttajar couldn't finish off the mark. Owens, interesting hand pass. Interesting hand pass. Didn't need to go that far backwards. But too unselfish there. So an opportunity here for the Saints to move it forward. They needed a little break here, as they've got a player out the back in Daniel Fatoris. Hasn't been spotted just yet. There's a bit of biffo here on the sideline. Great stuff there. What Tyler Nash really putting the Saints on their back at the moment. Only goal scorer for him. That's a bad drop there by Alga. Wasn't under too much pressure. Unfortunately slipped through the hands on that one. It's going to go out of bounds here. Owens directing traffic, saying get back, get deep. 6 minutes played here in the second half. Cuttajar's going to take this one. Great fish forward. Is it going to stay in for the Saints? It's not. Tried really hard there to Tyler Nash. Unfortunately, that ball just went a bit too quick. Nice mark there by Blunt. Gets in the Owens, nearly got in the way of it. Good communication between the two. Strong mark by Newman. Hands are just too good. Running past is Blunt. A little bit too much on that handball. Owens goes astray, out of bounds. Just asking a bit too much of Owens there. 48-12. Collingwood's favour at the moment. Collingwood supporters will be pretty happy with last night's performance as well. Be even happier today if they can get into a prelim and get into the grand final. Good weekend if you're a Collingwood supporter, as per usual for the Saints. As here is Newman once again. Already slotted 7 so far. Looking for his 8th. Going to pass that one off. Does that well. Well intercepted there by Alga. Not letting Cuttajar take the mark in front of goal. There's the great handball over the back. Unlucky bounce. Nearly went through for a point, a goal, and ended up going out of bounds. 7.5 minutes played here. Collingwood looking good at the moment to get into that prelim against the Bombers. It'll be a big matchup between the Pies and the Bombers. 2 o'clock. That's if the Saints may be able to pull off something magic here, but it's not looking good. Collingwood's pressure. I think Collingwood's just been a bit too big, a bit too strong for the Saints. A bit more experience, it looks like, on the Collingwood list. Saints, who have had a pretty good season. Players trying hard for holding the ball. That might just fit there for Brian Owen. Struggles to pick it up. Turns around, gives it to Cuttajar. That's a mark there for the Pies. Well done by Owens. Gives it to Cuttajar. I think they're directing him. Have a shot here. Cuttajar. Straight in front. Oh, hits the post. You can hear the crowd really wanted that one to go through. Cuttajar hits the post. There's a few laughs out there by the Collingwood players. Good to see. I think they really want Cuttajar to slot one here. Pies just getting a little distracted by a bit of chat. Saints struggling to move the ball too quickly. Needs a big handball out the back. Asking a bit too much there, as that's pretty poor there. Wanabali. Owens takes a mark in the scoring zone. Newman, he's done it again. The one hand over the back. There's Cuttajar's got one. You can hear the crowd get into it. He's a crowd favourite. Is Cuttajar. Gives a fist pump. The players are saying, let's go, boys. We're going to a prelim. Cuttajar's got one. You can just hear how excited the crowd is. Obviously, a cult hero is Aaron Cuttajar and the number 10 for the Pies. Unlucky. He's had a few shots on goal. Lucky enough to get that one through. It was a great play between Owens Newman finishing off in the goal with Cuttajar. And that is definitely the sealer there for the Pies. As here is Peach. Moves it towards Blunt, bit over the top. Owen tries chasing it down. That one goes out of bounds. St Kilda's got it, centre wing. There's Tyler Nash's kick two, slotted two for the Saints. Only goal scorer for them. Passes it off to Catherine Simmons, who's got Cochrane out the back here. Looks to give it back to Nash. Great honesty there by the Collingwood players, saying that was off by hand. Give it back to the Saints. Good all-round sportsmanship shown by everyone. I'm not sure if I would have been so honest myself. So Nash looks to bring this one in. Great handball. Sat beautifully in the air, rolling back towards goals. Can we get a mark? Nash. Nash gets the third for the Saints. Deserves that. Played really well as Tyler Nash. Been the shining light for the Saints. Had 3 goals. Fought very hard, hasn't given up. Quality player is Nash. So we've got about 4 minutes to play here in the second half of our second semi-final between the Pies and the Saints. It's looking like a surefire prelim between the Bombers and the Pies, which will be at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So we're spoilt for choice of finals footy here today. Going to be a huge day down at the Burundara Sports Complex. Austin Kruger's my name. Be with you all day. As the Pies moving the ball up the ground here at the moment. And Peach has got the ball around the centre. Passes that one off to Matthew Blunt. Turns around, has a look at what options we've got in the forward line. Newman's looking dangerous out the back. Nice smother there by Nash. Here's Owens. Newman once again goes to the one-hander. Cuttajar's in around it. Here's Brian Owens over the top. Good mark there by Newman. Nearly plays on to sides. Go back to try slot the 8th here for Newman. Extraordinary game by Brett Newman for the Pies. And that is all clear. 8 goals for Brett Newman. What a game he's playing to put his team into a semi-final against the Bombers. It's going to be a great matchup between those two. Second and third on the ladder going at it to face Richmond next week. It's back in the middle now. 12 and a half minutes gone here now. Second semi-final. Newman over to the top to Cuttajar. Cuttajar just couldn't quite take the mark. Slipped through the fingers. Chases up the own ball. Still going hard at it. Who's going to be first to it? Cuttajar gets a little tap on it. Matthew Blunt over the top. Nearly works out. That would have been a great play. Over the shoulder hand pass. Newman was going in towards goal. Didn't work out for the Pies. Everything else has worked out for him today. As here is Brian Owens. Passes it off to Newman, straight in front of goal. Bit sloppy there by the Saints. As Newman's going to line up for number 9 here. And that's all clear for the Pies. No, it's not. He's missed it. Jeez, looked good from my end. Goal umpire's got a better view on it than me. All clear from behind, 62-18. Minute and a half to go here. Collingwood's going to go towards the preliminary final. Brian Owens has been playing a great game. Here's Cuttajar once again. Potentially lining up for Cuttajar's second here. You can hear around the crowd, a bit of a cult hero is our Cuttajar. It was a loud, audible roar from the crowd when he got his first. This is for the second. Didn't get a great connection on it. Hands on the head, not happy with himself. Brian Owens goes around him, says, "It's all right, mate. You got one. We're into the prelim. Could be worse." Oh, sloppy again there by the Saints. Too many interceptions. Trying to move the ball out of the defensive zone. Resulted in Newman cleaning them up all day. Looks to give it to Cuttajar. Owens steals it off him. Gives it back to him. And then Cuttajar, and that's going to be holding the ball. Played on, did Cuttajar. Hands around the face, can't believe what's happened. As the Saints going to try and get another one here. Nearly great pickup on Nash. Around the back, Newman for his 9th. Misses it to the right. Not far away. As the clock's about to tick down. Collingwood are going to go through the preliminary final against the Bombers, which will be at 2 o'clock. Here's Newman again. Dribbles that one through. I tell you what, Newman could have had about 15. He's been a bit inaccurate, but can't fault him too much. He's kicked 8. That is the end of the second semi-final. Collingwood beating the Saints 63-19. Quite a conclusive win here. Collingwood through the preliminary final against the Bombers. We're going to take a short break before our second semi-final for the Senior League with Saints and Collingwood coming at you at 1 o'clock. My name's Aston Kruger and we'll be back shortly.
Senior second semi between St Kilda and Collingwood again will be on at 1 o'clock.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 Victorian Wheelchair Football League Final Series. This is week one, live from Borundura Sports Complex down in Baldwin. My name is Austin Kruger. I'll be joining you all day. We've already had three matchups here. In the first development semi-final, Essendon beating the Hawks by 64 in the seniors. Bombers got up against the Hawks again by 55 points. Then in our second semis, the development league, Collingwood kicked off with a 46-point victory over the Saints. And coming up is our second semi-final of the senior squad between the Saints and the Pies. Winner of this one will face the Bombers in the preliminary final at 3 o'clock. It's going to be a great matchup between these two teams. St Kilda finishing third on the ladder with 6 wins and 6 losses. Collingwood not far behind them with 4 wins and 7 losses. It's going to be a tight matchup between these two teams. Great ruck work there by Martin Ford. Good early play here by the Pies. Nice little tap out. You can already feel the intensity around this one. Good interception there by Nathan Wilburn. Does well there for the Saints. Pies managed to get that one back. Wilburn trying desperately to stop that ball coming into the attacking zone. Does well there. 2 good defensive plays to start off today for Nathan Wilburn for the Saints. Still down the Collingwood side of things. These teams... That's a long shot on goal, and that's right through the big sticks to kick things off today. That is Riley Fitzgerald for the Pies with a long distance goal there. Got a good bounce on the line. Great start for the Pies, who you would say are slight underdogs coming into this semi-final. Played each other 3 times during the year. Great ruck work again by the Pies. They're looking potent early, aren't they? Will Crooks has got the ball around the centre line. Passes that one off just outside the scoring zone into Martin Ford. Great interception there by Ryan Smith of the Saints. That's exactly what they need. Good defensive pressure there. Keeps the ball alive for the Saints. Passes that one to Patrick McKay. Takes the mark. It's a physical game to start things off. Crashing into each other. It's got to move on now. Got to get rid of it. Got the hands off. It's going to be a 5-metre penalty by the umpire. I think they moved a bit too quick off the line, did the Collingwood players. Hadn't quite played on yet. So a good opportunity here for the Saints to peg one back on the Pies. Hands that one in. Strong mark. Good stuff there by the Saints. He's taking that inside the scoring zone. Will take a hefty shot from here. Looks good off the hand. Great goal by the Saints. Coming from Ryan Smith, who has kicked 122 goals this season so far. So, one of the premier scorers of this league. Kicked things underway for the Saints. They needed that one. Collingwood started well. They're a good clearance side by the looks of it. Here's Tyler Nash for the Saints, who represented the development squad. Having 3 goals in there. Lost to Collingwood. Bad drop there by Fitzgerald. Sweeped up by Fitzgerald, the 2 Fitzgeralds. As here is Josh Christian for the Pies. Underarm pass, there's the play on. Will Crooks tries getting it over. Here is Ryan Smith again for the Saints. Just misses that one to the right. So Smith starting to get involved in this game. Some good inside scoring pressure by Ryan Smith. Saints with a 1-point lead. 3 minutes into this first quarter. 4 by 10-minute quarters here for the senior squad. The winner of this game will face Essendon in the preliminary final at 3 o'clock. Strong mark there by McKay. Moves it quickly to Matt Trussler, who can go into an open goal. Slots it for the Pies. That's the second on the board. First for Trussler. Great play there all around. Players moving for each other off the ball. It's how it's done here in the Wheelchair League. It's a fantastic league. If anyone's thinking about coming down to get involved, try to expand this league. It's great fun out here. There's a good crowd in here today for the finals. Martin Ford has been strong in the ruck. There he is once again, nearly grabbing his own ball. He does so. Manages to just get that off in time. And the umpire's called penalised. Penalised the Pies there. So Patrick McKay's got the ball around the centre square here for the Saints. Passes that one off to Wilburn. You know he's going to be looking for Ryan Smith somewhere in the scoring zone. Nash providing a good option. Just gets the handball away. Well done there by Riley Fitzgerald for the Pies. Great defensive play. Gets a handball over the top. Just needs a good bounce. Andrew Paddle getting onto this one. That's a goal there for the Pies. What a start here. 18-7 in the first quarter. And the Pies look really good early. These teams played each other 3 times this year. St Kilda won 2 of them by 20 points and 17 points. Then in round 12, the last time these 2 teams played, Collingwood won by 48 points. So I think this is going to be one of the matchups of the day. It's already been a great game so far. Smith just gets a hand on it, did the Collingwood defender. Great desperation play, stopped a certain goal. Great handball over the top, couldn't quite take the mark. Great pickup, moves it into the forward. Fantastic play there. And that's going to be holding the ball. Matt Trussler tried to take him on. So, Fitzgerald there tried to take him on. Trying to do a little bit too much there. As the Saints on the back foot here. Did finish 3rd on the ladder. Not a great hand pass. It's going to go out of bounds. Back to Collingwood. So yeah, 3rd and 4th on the ladder, these 2 teams. Collingwood just a bit behind the Saints. Saints with 6 wins, 6 losses. Collingwood with 4 wins and 7 losses and 1 draw against the Tigers. What a goal there. The Pies are on here today. Fantastic stuff there. I believe that was Fitzgerald. Long distance goal. There's been a few of those for the Pies. The Saints defenders just been caught a bit out the back. A bit sloppy play. Another ruck contest won there by Martin Ford for the Pies. Been doing it all day. Good vision there inboard. Finds Paddle. Turns around. He's got Crooks there to his left. Passes it off to Fitzgerald. He's got the hot hand. Plays on. Wheels and goes. And that's going to be a minor score. So the Pies with all the attacking early. Saints struggling to get it down their side. When they have, they've looked all right. Ryan Smith's been providing good leads. They're just struggling to get it down there at the moment. Pies looking really good. Wilburn takes the mark there for the Saints. I know the Collingwood want to follow their development side in making it into the preliminary final. Intercepted there by Josh Christian. Patrick McKay. Wasn't a great delivery towards him. One-handed. Riley Fitzgerald lining up for his 3rd. Got to back him in here. Well passed off there to Paddle. It was the better option. Paddle, slight angle. Pretty much straight in front. Pretty straightforward shot. Misses that one to the right. A couple of missed opportunities here for Collingwood. Could really have put the foot down. Made it hard for St Kilda to come back, but as it stands, just a 19-point deficit with plenty of footy to play. As that's not a great inboard pass for the Saints. They've just been really sloppy coming out of defence. Here's Crooks. He's done that well. Well done there by Nash. Smith trying to get onto it. Can he pick it up? He can. That's a goal there for the Saints. They needed that. Smith's got his 2nd. So do the Saints. Well needed goal there. 13 points the margin, 26-13 in Collingwood's favour. 2 minutes to go here in the first quarter of our 2nd semi-final for the Senior League. Robert Rose Foundation. Shout out to all the umpires, officials, AFL Victoria, everyone taking part, making this wonderful league happen. Excellent crowd here today in Burundara Sports Complex. Teams trying to get in the preliminary final, have that chance to face the Tigers in the grand final. Here is Tyler Nash for the Saints. And what's going on here? This moves it into Smith. Well done there. I thought he took the mark. Not called. That's a mark there for Nash. No doubt about that one. Slotted 3 in the first one for the development squad. Representing the seniors as well. All-class player. Well defended there by Crooks. Only goes as far as Fitzgerald. That one's going to fall out to Riley Fitzgerald for the Pies. All clear. That's Fitzgerald's 3rd. Collingwood answer straight away. 32-13. Pies looking really good at the moment. Last time these 2 teams played, Collingwood did win by 48 points. St Kilda have won the average matchups by 28 throughout the season. I think this one's going to go down to the wire. It's all starting with Martin Ford in the ruck. Fantastic vision there to paddle. Oh, it hits the post. That would have been massive on the edge of first quarter. 13-33. The Pies have missed a few ones they probably shouldn't have. Great sweeping handball out the back, asking Ryan Smith to do a bit too much. Nash trying to get onto it. Tries to keep that one on board. It'll be interesting to see who this came off last. I believe that's going to be St Kilda ball, last touch off Josh Christian for the Pies. What could Nash do with it? There's only 9 seconds left on the clock. Got to move it really quick. Here's McKay. Needs a mark here, the Saints. They think they're going to just run out of time. And they do. Saved by the part of the Pies. End of the first quarter. Collingwood 33 to the Saints 13. 20-point margin. Great first quarter. 3 more quarters of this second semi-final. We're going to have a short break before we come back for the second quarter. Austin Kruger here. Be with you all day for the Victorian Wheelchair Finals. We'll be back shortly with some second quarter action between the Pies and the Saints. And welcome back to the live coverage of the Victorian Wheelchair Football League Finals, Week 1, live from Burundara Sports Complex down in Balwyn North. It's been a wonderful day of footy so far. We've already had 3 finals matchups. First one of the day, the development squad. Bombers going over the top of the Hawks by 64 points. Seniors followed suit with the Bombers beating the Hawks by 55. So both Essendon Development and Seniors through to the preliminary final. Then for our first semi-final for the second semi-final, for the Development League, Collingwood over the top of the Saints by 46 points. So it's going to be Collingwood versus Essendon in the Development League preliminary final. And this is our second semi of the seniors between the Saints and the Pies. Winner of this will face the Bombers in the prelim, which will also be today. Collingwood, the 21-point lead at the moment. Really strong first quarter. 4 goals coming to Fitzgerald, 1 to Paddle. For the Saints, Smith kicked 2. So you would think Saints slight favourites coming into this game. But Collingwood's come out really strong here. They've come to play. They're not messing about. They want to make it into the prelim, much like the development squad. And the Saints trying hard to get something going. Just a little bit too stagnant there. It's a mark for Arnold Raisin. Just comes back, weighs up the option, passes it off to Crooks. Crooks has been really good today. His defensive pressure. Hasn't had too many touches, but he's been really impactful around the ground. It's a lovely handball there to Josh Christian. He had Martin Ford going into an open goal there, asking a bit too much. His paddle just drops that one. Smith trying to get on top of it. Here's Nash trailing towards goal. Great defensive play there. Josh Christian takes the mark in the defensive zone. Looking to pass this one off into the middle, bit of a dangerous ball there. And that one's still in boards. Might just sneak in. 1 out of time and space there. It's going to go back to St Kilda. Minute played here in the second quarter, 21 points the margin. Collingwood on top right now. Bit of a surprise jump. Mark taken there by Wilburn. Been good in defence for the Saints. He's got Fitzgerald here. Doesn't decide to use him. Goes to McKay. Just trying to slow things down. Work the ball up the ground. Trying to get it down to Ryan Smith. It's one of the league goal scorers. Umpires call play on. That's a bad drop there. Keeps it inboard. Still inboard. Well done there by McKay. Fortunately goes straight to Crooks. Strong hands there by Crooks. No doubt about it. As here is Josh Christian. Had some early touches here. Martin Ford just out-muscled him there. Great stuff there by Nash. As there's a mark there for Will Crooks. Moves it into Paddle. Paddle can line up for his second. And what would be an emphatic start here for the Pies. Has his shot. I think that was touched. Oh, a bit of confusion there. It was touched off the boot, so it's going to be a rush behind. Worrisome moments there in the last line of defence for the Saints. Lucky not to concede there. They really need the next goal. You just think whoever kicks this next goal will really break open this game. There's still plenty of footy to play. Just trying to be a bit too much there. Goes for a little round the back. Well done there by Nathan Wilburn for the Saints. Moves it forward. Comes off the face of Nash. Oh, and Smith sprayed it to the right. Had more time than he thought. It's a bad miss there for the Saints. Really needed that goal. Smith, 2-1 now. 122 goals throughout this season. Been a wonderful player for the Saints as Crooks is going to take this in for the Pies. Well spotted was Josh Christian. Passes it back to Crooks. Crooks is really starting to turn things up here in the second quarter now. Doesn't have too much in front of him. Ooh, nearly a big contest there. Strong mark taken by Raisin. Wilburn doing everything he can at the moment to try to keep the Saints in this game. It's not looking good for him at the moment. Martin Ford nearly caught there. Here he is. Couldn't quite take the mark. Wasn't enough on the handball. And that's going to be holding the ball. Well done by Ryan Smith. Doesn't just kick goals to Smith. Saints need a few plays like that to try and get him going. They're just not quite rolling yet. Been a bit stagnant. As the Saints really want to try and get into the preliminary final. Face the Bombers, who will then face the Tigers. It's going to be a tough matchup for those teams. Tigers are in good form this year. Strong mark there by Nash. Well done there by the Saint. Playing really well through both games this morning, this afternoon. Doesn't have too much. There we go. Good hit up there. Nash to McKay for the Saints. Plays on, has a shot. That's no score. It's hit the outer post. So the Saints, the last few minutes, they've started to get the ball down their end a bit more, but they've just been a bit sloppy going forward. Ryan Smith could have had a pretty easy one before and sprayed it to the right. 22 points the margin for Collingwood. Pies are looking really good at the moment. They want to get through to play the Bombers here at the preliminary final. So at the conclusion of this game, we're going to have the first Development League preliminary final between Essendon and Collingwood. Can't wait for that one to get started. Plenty of finals footy here today. We're going to get things back under the way thanks to Crooks. And passes that one in the middle. Finds Fitzgerald. He's kicked 4 already. Been a bit quieter this quarter. Sorry, here's Crooks again. How good has Crooks been this quarter? Providing some great run from defence. Some real hustle plays. And she's just having a look. Well spotted. Martin Ford. Oh, thought he might have played on there. You can hear some St Kilda players saying, who's on the mark? Great smother there by McKay. This is what the Saints need. Smith passes to Nash, just a little bit too much on the handball, and unfortunate there for the Saints. They've been close a few times this quarter, just haven't been able to manage. The goal As here's Fitzgerald through the middle. Great run play there by Josh Christian. Finds Paddle. Paddle's already got one here. Looking for the second. This will be a big lead for the Pies. He's got it. Paddle's got two. Pies are on top here. Get your hot Pies. The Saints not doing enough here. Collingwood's getting a real jump on them now. This is quite a big margin, especially in a semi-final. Goals are hard to come by. Saints need the next goal desperately. Patrick McKay in the ruck. Well done again by Martin Ford for Collingwood. All class all day. He's been in the ruck. He's Paddle again. Paddle's been leading well. Big handball over the top. It's going to be another goal here. Nearly. Oh, I thought he's going to play on and turn around. Martin Ford. He's got to pass this one off. As I think about it, he's got Paddle coming through again. Play on, says the umpire. Not enough distance on it. Here we go. Come on, Saints. They need one here. Oh, just tried to do a little bit too much there, the Saints. Probably could have just kept going forward. It's happened a couple times. They've nearly had some fast break options. Credit to Collingwood's defence. Pressure's been immense. Here's Paddle again. Options are plenty. Finds Fitzgerald. Saints just really struggling here. He's forward. Couldn't quite take the mark. Really a big crash there. Okay, he's going to take this one in for the Saints. 7.5 gone here in the second quarter. 13-41 Collingwood's way. The winner plays the Bombers in the prelim. Here's Nash. Slotted 3 for the development squad in a losing effort against Collingwood not too long ago. Here's Wilburn. Goes for a big one. Finds McKay. Does that well. Everyone's got their eyes on Smith now. Good lead here by Smith. Strong hands. Turn around and try slot your third here. This is a massive shot here for the Saints. You feel like this is a make or break situation. It's going to be a big effort. If anyone could do it, it's Smith. He's got it. That's 3 for Smith, 3 for the Saints. Finally opened up the account here in the second quarter. 19-41. Saints just hanging in this game barely. 2 minutes to play here in the second quarter. You think if the Saints can get another one before half time, they'll think we're right in this game. There's Collingwood. Here's Smith again. Got Nash trailing in towards goals. He's trying to find Nash and McKay. Here is McKay. Strong mark. Nearly intercepted by Crooks. Fitzgerald. Well done there. So here comes. And that ball's going to trickle out. It's going to be Collingwood ball thanks to Fitzgerald. Plays on. Not messing about. Goes all the way. No, I thought that one was a point. Yeah, missed that one to the right. That was a clear point. Not sure what the crowd was yelling about. Maybe trying for a bit of verbal affirmation there to the goal umpire. Doesn't quite work out. It's just a minor score, 19-42. 30 seconds to play here in the second quarter. Last roll of the dice here for the Saints. Can they try peg one back here before half time? Come into that next quarter with a bit of confidence. Here is Smith. A bit further down the ground than he's used to. Goal kicking machine is this man. Strong hands there by Wilburn. I've liked his game today. Provided options. Here is Smith. Bad bounce for the Saints. Oh, nearly holding the ball there. How was that play by Crooks? Fantastic stuff there. About 30 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Can't concede another goal if you're the Saints. Here's Paddle. Already got 2. Can he make it 3? This would be huge for the Pies on the cusp of half time. Passes that one off to Ford. About 10 seconds to go here. Unfortunately, Paddle couldn't take the mark. Saints fans can take a deep breath. As that is going to be half time here for our second semi-final for the senior division. Collingwood 42, St Kilda 19. Collingwood looking really good so far. Saints pegged one back late there. We're going to have a short break and come back for our second half to see who's going to go through to the preliminary final. Austin Kruger here Be joining you all day down at the Burundara Sports Complex. We'll be back shortly for some second half finals action. Welcome back to our live coverage of the Victorian Wheelchair Football League Finals Week 1, live from Burundara Sports Complex. My name's Austin Kruger. I'll be with you all day. This is half-time of our second semi-final matchup for the senior division between the Saints and the Pies. Pies on top at the moment, up 42-19. Thanks to 4 goals from Fitzgerald. Paddles pitched in with 2 for the Saints. Trussell's got 1. Sorry, Brian Smith kicked 3 for the Saints, only goal scorer for them. It's Been a good matchup so far. A few missed opportunities for the Saints. A couple of fast breaks that they missed out on. Big second half coming up. Chance to get into the preliminary final, to face the Bombers, get into the grand final. As Burrito's still on the ground there. Apologises to the umps. It's unlucky there for the Saints. That's a nice sweeping handball. And towards Josh Christian. Passes it off to Crooks, who's had an excellent first half, arguably one of the best on there for the Pies, probably alongside Riley Fitzgerald, along with Paddle, Martin Ford. Culmination of all the plays, really. It's going to fall out the back here for the Pies. How was that spin around? Great stuff there. Underarm pass, back to Crooks. Back towards the Pies, gives it to Paddle, going into an open goal. And the Pies get the first of the second half here. What a start here by the Pies. Moves to 48-19. That's Paddle's third. Not looking good for the Saints as it stands right now. 29 points the margin for the Pies. Last time these two teams played, Collingwood did win by 48 points. St Kilda won the other two matchups earlier in the year. There's smart play there by Wilburn for the Saints. Gives it to Smith. Looking for an instant reply here are the Saints. Need it pretty badly. Smith's weighing up the options. I think he's going to decide to go for home. He's got a big handball on him. It's going to be no score. Out in the full there for the Saints. It's just about summed up their day at the moment. Just haven't really been able to find too much of the footy at once. Collingwood's defence has been outstanding today, which obviously has flowed into their offense. Here comes Crooks into the middle. Big collision there. Strong mark taken by Christian. Just called play on. Here is Smith. Takes the mark. Had Nash trailing into goal. Also got Wilburn there. Takes the mark here for the Saints. You can see all the attention Smith's drawing. They're basically playing two players on him. He's that dangerous. 5-metre penalty here for the Saints. It's exactly what they needed. Wilburn's going to have a shot on goal. And the umpire, what's it going to be? Is it going to be a mark or a goal? This is a big decision in terms of the rest of the game. And it's going to come back to Wilburn. Umpire shrugs his shoulder, passes it to Smith. Coach just yells out, take your time, take a deep breath, make sure we get it. You don't have to rush things. This is a big shot here. All clear for Smith, that's his fourth. It's the Saints' fourth. 25-48, they pegged one back. After Collingwood got the first one to start off the quarter. Saints managed to get one back here. 23 points the margin, 3 minutes played in the third quarter. I like this change of Wilburn in the ruck. Done really well. McKay couldn't only get it as far as Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald to Crooks. Back to Christian. Here come the Pies. Just needed a good bounce, didn't get it. They had the players out. They had Owens and Paddle. With an open playing field in front of them. The ball decided to go out of bounds. Patrick McKay's going to bring this one in to Liam Fitzgerald. Deep inside the defensive zone. Wilburn lost his man quite nicely there. Wilburn's played a really good game here for the Saints. I know Smith kicked all the goals, but I think he's been just as important. That one's going to fall out to Smith. Just needs a mark to Nash. A little bit too much on the handball. It's happened a few times here for the Saints. Fast break opportunities and just that last entry. Lovely pass there to Christian. Takes the mark. Got Paddle coming up the middle. Here's Crooks. Nash on him. There's important play here for the Saints. Can't let them go down and score another one. They need back-to-back goals. Here's Paddle for the Pies. Played well. Got 3 already. Here's Christian. I think he's marked that just outside the scoring zone. Not a forward anyway. Oh, great defensive play there by the Saints. Oh, the umpire's called a free kick. Wow. That's a big call there by the ump. It's going to go to Fitzgerald. He's going to line up for his 5th. And got it. Important one there for the Pies. Not letting the Saints get 2 in a row. It's 5 for Fitzgerald. 29 points the margin. So every time you think Saints are going to crawl back into this game, Pies just get one back. I don't think the Saints have gotten 2 goals in a row. Here they go again. Josh Christian passes it back to Paddle. Paddle for his 4th. And that one all clear for a goal. Paddle's got 4. Pies have got 2 in about 10 seconds here. 25-60. Bit of an upset on the cards here today. Halfway through the 3rd term, the premiership quarter. Here's Wilburn, taps it down to McKay. Well done there. Bit too much on that handball. It's going to go out of bounds. Crooks will take that in for the Pies. The Saints trying to do a bit too much. Pies have been too good thanks to Christian, Fitzgerald, Newman, Paddle, all the players, Crooks especially. Crooks has got my vote, that's for sure. I've loved his game, how he's approached all the plays. It's about what you do off the ball in football as much as what you do on the ball, and Crooks personifies that. Here he is. Nice sweeping one. Straight to Wilburn. Of course, as soon as I give him a pump up, he turns the ball over. Here is Wilburn. Into the middle. Tries to find Smith. Well done there by Brian Owens. Here is Fitzgerald. Holding the ball. Good call there by the ump. Well done by Liam Fitzgerald. So Fitzgerald on Fitzgerald there. Can the Saints make something of this? Here's Nash. Been a little quiet this game. Had a couple of near shots. As McKay's got it, centre court. Play on, says the ump. It's going to work here for the Saints. Fantastic handball there by McKay. Finds Smith in front of goal, slight angle. To keep the Saints in the game. And he does. That's 5 for Smith. Gotten all 5 for the Saints. 31-60, back to 29 points. So they're hanging around the Saints. They just need multiple goals in a row. How good has Wilburn been in the ruck? That was a good coaching change at half-time because Martin Ford was really dominating those centre clearances, but Wilburn's coming to the ruck, provided a good few minutes here for the Saints. So here's Josh Christian. Played a great game across the field. Back to Crooks. Great vision, good handball, great mark. Finds Riley Fitzgerald. Being one of the best players here for the Pies. Just got a little hand on that ball, did Wilburn. Picks his pocket there, might fall out to Smith. Crooks is going to get to it first. Maybe the Banjalon is. He's done that well, nearly a little behind the back action. It's going to go to Nash and the Saints. 2 minutes to go here. They need another one before three-quarter time. Marked by Smith. Can they produce something here on the dying stages? Needs to be a bit closer, and he's got Wilburn trailing in. And that's who he goes to. Looking back inboard to McKay. Mark just outside the scoring zone, so he'll be looking for an option. I'm sure they'll be looking for Smith, who slotted all the St Kilda goals. Umpire says play on. Too much on the handball. It's going to go out of bounds here. Their forward entries haven't been great, the Saints. Risky ball works out there for the Pies. Here's Crooks, minute 10 play here in the 3rd quarter. 29 points the margin, Collingwood's favour. Winner plays the Bombers in the preliminary final. Winner of that will face the Tigers in the big dance next week. Here's Crooks, minute to go here. Can the Saints try get something? 29 points, they're still in it. Here's Paddle, played a superb game. Just slowing it down a bit, the Pies. Just working it up the ground methodically. Here's Crooks, called his name a number of times, along with Josh Christian. Straight into Fitzgerald. Great play there by the Pies. Did it with ease. They're looking pretty ominous at the moment here, the Pies. Here comes Fitzgerald. That's a goal right on the edge of half-time. Exactly what the doctor ordered for the Pies. Not good if you're a St Kilda fan. That's Fitzgerald's 6th. That's right, 6th goal. It's been razor sharp here today, and that is going to be the end of three-quarter time. Collingwood up by 35 points going into the last quarter. Upset on the cards. We're going to have a short break before we come back for our last quarter of our second semi-final. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back to the Victorian Wheelchair Football League Finals, Week 1, live from Burundara Sports Complex down in Baldwin. We are 3 quarters down in our second semi-final matchup for the senior squads. St Kilda going up against the Pies. Saints came into this game favourites, having a couple more wins on top of the ladder. But the Pies have been extraordinary so far. Fitzgerald's kicked 6, Paddle's got 4. Pies are up by 35 points at the moment, so you would think at this stage the Pies will be meeting the Bombers in the preliminary final later this afternoon. I wonder if the Saints have got anything to say about it. Still well and truly in this game. If they can get a couple goals here to start it off, they'll be right in this game. And that's going to be holding the ball. Great start here for the Saints. Smith's got it inside the scoring zone. That's his second chase down tackle. Ryan Smith doing everything he can to keep his beloved Saints in this game. Big number 99. Sweeping handball. Oh, is that touched on the line? The umpires are going to have a chat about it. We're going to get the video review system out. Unfortunately, we don't have the video review system here. The umpires can have a chat. This is a huge call. It's a goal for the Saints. Wow. Smith's got 6. Saints get the first of the fourth quarter. Huge call there on the line. It was Owens trying to get back for the Pies to stop it. The Saints are in it now. Here's Wilburn down to McKay. Just missed the ball. Collingwood's going to pick this up and surely score a certain goal. Instant reply there by Fitzgerald. Just hushes that St Kilda support down. How's that for a reply for the Pies? McKay just couldn't get the pickup. Fitzgerald swept on it. Did really well there. 37-72. Big tap out there. A bit too much on it. Crooks is going to take this one for the Pies. Reminder, the preliminary finals will be starting after this game. 2 o'clock, we're going to have our Development League prelims between the Pies and the Bombers. Here's Crooks with a lovely little spin move. Good mark. Can't give Crooks enough credit the way he's been playing. And they just sort of let Christian pick that one up there. That was a bit strange there by the Saints defence. Gives it into Paddle. And unfortunately, he coughs that one up. So you'd think if Paddle marked that and got it, I think the fat lady would have been warming up the vocal cords, but Saints is just hanging in there. One of the slimmest of margins. Great smother there. Brian Owens not allowing Ryan Smith to take the mark. His formidable opponent is Ryan Smith. 122 goals this season. 128 now if we're counting today. Here's Liam Fitzgerald for the Saints. Doesn't have too much in front of him. There's not enough movement off the ball here for the Saints. Wilburn takes the mark. Paddle tries for a cheeky little tackle there. Doesn't work. Just way too stagnant here, the Saints. You could see earlier in the day with the Bombers how much they were moving without the football. And the Saints are just struggling to do that here at the moment. Desperation times now. That's out of bounds. It's going to be Wilburn's ball for the Saints. 37 points of margin. Take a bit of a miracle for the Saints to come back from here, you'd think. Stranger things have happened. Here's McKay. Wilburn. Really liked Wilburn's game. Doing everything for the Saints. He's been good in the ruck. Defense, providing options all across the ground. He coughs that one up, of course. Fitzgerald looking to move that one on quickly and does. Beautiful mark there by Josh Christian. He's going to have to pass this one off as he is not the designated forward, but Paddle is. Passes that one back to Fitzgerald. Line up for his 8th now to really end St Kilda's season here. You would think if this one goes through. It's already not looking good for the Saints, but if this one goes in, it's just about done. As he spins back around, there's another go at it. Big shot on goal. Waiting for the umpire's call. That's a behind. Rare miss from Fitzgerald. 6 minutes to play here in the last quarter. Not looking good for the Saints. Came into this game favourites, finishing on top of Collingwood on the ladder. For the seniors, finishing 3rd. 2 more wins than the Pies. They did beat them twice this year. But when it counted the most, the Saints have not been able to do enough today. Here's Nash out the back. Gets the ball well intercepted there by Crooks. That just sums Crooks up as a player. Owen straight to Wilburn. It's a hot footy here at the moment. Wilburn tries to get it. Nice little backwards pass there to McKay. Here's Smith out the back and turn around and go here. Smith has got 6 goals already. Make that 7. Saints just hanging in there again. 31 points, 5 minutes. It's a tough ask. It's a very tough ask now for the Saints. If they had a few more scoring options down forward, they might be in this one, but Smith draws a lot of attention. Still got 7 goals. Just haven't had enough other option. Here's Paddle out the back. The Pies have just had all the answers all day. Here's Fitzgerald. Game, set, match, you would think now for the Pies. That's Fitzgerald's 8th. And you would think he's just put Collingwood into a preliminary final, which will be at 3 o'clock today against the Bombers. Umpires calling a free kick. Or are they going to just redo that bounce? Yes, they are. 4 minutes to go here in the last quarter. Here's Fitzgerald again. Passes the Paddle, plays on. Goal there for the Pies. It's party time now. They're just putting them on him now, are the Pies. 43-86. What a game this has been. I don't think anyone expected the Pies to win by this much. We knew it would be a good game, a close one. If anything, people would have thought the Saints have got the markers. It's a big collision as Crooks goes down. I know Fitzgerald's kicked 8 goals for the Pies. I think Will Crooks arguably be best on ground. His defensive pressure and axe just goes over the top of Nash's head for the Saints. Going to go out of bounds. Happened a few times today to Nash. It's just gone over the top of the head. Haven't been able to quite hit him up. Owens is going to take this deep from defence. Big sweeping handball out to Paddle. Doesn't quite work out. His time starting to tick down here. 43 points the margin. Which is really how much Collingwood beat him by a few weeks ago. Here's Nash coming into a goal. Hits the post. Unfortunate there for Nash. Couldn't slot that one. It's the woodwork. 42 points now. Josh Christian played a wonderful game. Fitzgerald again. Collingwood can just slow things down now. Let this clock run out. Save a bit of tank for the prelim later. Here's Owens. Tried the one-hander and just fell off there. It's going to go to bounds. You can see how disappointed he was with himself. Still be plenty proud of. He played well in the development side as well earlier this morning. And they beat the Hawks. Strong mark there by Smith. Had Nash trailing in, but well defended there by Troy Hawkins, who's still on there tight. Wilburn trying to do a bit of a shepherd there. Nash just trying to get free. Here's Mackay. Got Fitzgerald there. Here's Smith again. Might get a good bounce here. He does. Goal there for the Saints. That's more of a consolidation goal there for the Saints. Smith kicks his 8th. Slots his 8th. 36 points the margin now. Little too late for the Saints. 36 points. Tap there from Wilburn down to Mackay. Here's Nash. Great little interception there. Needs a good pickup. Troy Hawkins having a bit of a tumble, so they're going to bring that one back as the clock stops here momentarily. So it looks like it's going to be an Essendon versus Collingwood preliminary final for both the development and the senior leagues. We know the history that the Collingwood and Essendon Football Club share together. What a fantastic couple of games that's going to be in the prelims, coming right after this, starting at 2 o'clock. The first Development League prelim's going to start. Here's Troy Hawkins for the Pies. About a minute to go here. Finds Josh Christian. Josh Christian's got to find an option as he's not a designated forward. Does that with Fitzgerald on the move. That's another goal there. That's 9 goals. Thank you very much. Absolutely on fire is Riley Fitzgerald. Conclusive win here for the Pies. Don't think anyone expected quite a blowout. I know I had this game penciled as maybe the matchup of the day. As Fitzgerald's got the ball around centre wing. Big sweeping one in there. That one's going to go out of bounds on the full. Tried to get that last 10th goal of the game. Didn't quite work out. And there you have it. That is the semi-finals over and done with. Collingwood taking out the victory. And they will move to the preliminary final against Essendon, starting at 3 o'clock. We're going to have a short break before we come back at 2 o'clock for our first preliminary final between the Bombers and the Pies. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone, to the Victorian Wheelchair Football League Finals, Week 1. We're about to get the preliminary finals underway here. And what's going to be an epic matchup between the Bombers and the Pies. Development squad of the Bombers kicked off proceedings today. An 84-20 victory over the Hawks, winning that one by 64 points. Then the seniors for the Bombers beat the Hawks by 55 points Then in first development semi-final, Collingwood defeated St Kilda by 46. And the seniors side of the Pies just beat the Saints as well. So this is our preliminary final for the Development League between the Bombers and the Pies. Last year's grand finalists. Collingwood did win that one, so this is going to be a great matchup. Get things underway. There's Vincent Falcone, passes it down towards Van Germet, who's played wonderful all day. Passes that one to Ben Milton. This is going to be a great matchup. Some quality plays all around. Here is Moraldo. Kicked 4 in the last one. Great vision there. Finds Falcone. Passes it off to Milton, very unselfish. Milton's been good in front of goals all day. Good option. I'd probably be passing it to him too. The first goal of the preliminary final. Nearly gets a hand on it, but that's all clear for the Bombers. Kick-off proceedings. Great start here. Bombers getting the early jump on the Pies. Thanks to some good play all around. Vincent Falcone was pretty busy. As the Bombers move forward once again. Thanks to Van Germet. Passes it back to Van Germet. 2 in a row here for the Bombers. What a start. Ideal start for the Bombers here. 12-0. Got the early jump here on the Pies. This is our Development League, so it'll be 2 15-minute halves. The winner of this game goes into the grand final and plays Richmond next week. Here come the Bombers again. Moraldo gets the tap down. Passes it into Van Germet, who's looking for his second. Kicked a handful of goals today. Kicked 7 in the opening game, 4 in the next one, or 5 in the next one. As Moraldo has got the ball here for the Bombers, finds him once again. Bombers are looking really dangerous going forward so far. Does he think he's going to have a shot here? For a nice 18-point lead in the Bombers. That's 3 in a row to start off the preliminary finals. They have jumped the gun, something big here. 2 to Van Germet. That's Van Germet's 3rd, sorry. Kicked so many goals, it's hard to remember them all. Here's Moraldo for the Bombers. I don't think Collingwood's really had a possession yet. That's a great ball there by Moraldo. Couldn't quite find Milton. Nice little tap there by Matthew Blunt for the Pies. If we have a look at the ladder, Essendon did finish 2nd with 7 wins, 3 losses. Collingwood finished 3rd with 5 wins and 4 losses, so pretty even matchup. Here's Germet once again. Passes that one off to Milton. They've just had all the answers here so far. Straight in front, looking for his first. That's a goal. The crowd likes it. 4 in a row now for the Bombers. Within 3 minutes, got a 24-0 lead. Huge start here. Collingwood really on the back foot. Collingwood, Essendon have had a bit of extra rest, which might come into play here. As finally, Collingwood is going to get possession of the ball thanks to Matthew Blunt taking it from out of bounds. And that's not a great handball to Peach. Manages to clean it up. Milton might just intercept this. Falcone was onto it. Brian Owens manages the defensive play, really important there. They just can't concede another goal here. They need to move it up the ground, which they do. One-handed. That was a blinder there by Matthew Blunt. And the umpire's going to bring that one back. Just slipped out of their hands. This is their real first look forward. Great handball there to Owens. As they're going to be looking for Brett Newman down in the forward line, who kicked 8 goals in the first semi. Giving away a free kick there. As that's a great handball. Didn't quite work out for Germet. Blunt's got it. Here's Newman. Just needed that little handball out the back. Takes a bit of a tumble there. We'll stop the clock. Make sure everyone's all right. 24-0. The early stages of their preliminary final. Huge ramifications on this game. To win or go home. Do or death scenario for both these sides. Winner will tackle Richmond next week. Richmond's going to have that extra break coming into it. I think all the players are really ready to go again. There's Time's ready to come back on. Newman's going to take it for the Pies. 5 minutes played here in the first half. 2 by 15-minute halves. Here's Paddle. Played a strong showing there against the Saints not too long ago. Back out there again. Nearly finds Owens. Essendon player just didn't quite pick the ball up. Blunt managed to get a quick hands on it. It's a race now. Paddles. Owens. Good handball out the back. Good vision. Finds Blunt. Goes straight back to Gurmit. Here is Moraldo. Just slowing things down. Has a look. Did mention that Essendon's ball movement off the ball is what's got them into this position so far. Great handball there by Gurmit. Good stuff there. Florence back into the middle. Here's Milton, passes it to Gurmit. That's another goal there for the Bombers. That's 4 for Van Gurmit, 5 for the Bombers, 30-0. Got all the answers at the moment. $30-0. I don't think anyone was expecting this type of showing from the Bombers. That one's going to go out of bounds. Finally down the scoring zone for Collingwood. Blunt's going to take this one in. He's got Paddle. Great defensive play there by Van Gurmit. Moves that one in. Needs a good bounce. Nearly gets it. It's going to be a point. Opens up the account with a minor one. Do the Pies. But they're on the board now at least. Moraldo. To Van Gurmit. Looking for Milton. Big collision there. Down goes Owens. Showed a lot of courage there. Going back with the flight. Eyes on the ball the whole time. It's been a physical game to start off. Owens always putting his body on the line. Class player. He's been good all day. Definite leader around the team. You can see him getting around players. Nice little tap there. Moraldo goes for a punch. Passes to Milton. Takes a mark. Plays on. Gives it to Taylor. Taylor looks back in board. Moraldo's got it. Looking for Van Gurmit. Gets him. Strong hands. Good set of jukes on him. He's got Milton there in the middle. Can he get him? Couldn't quite find him. Finds Falcone instead. Just back to Milton. Another goal here for the Bombers. They're piling it on at the moment. 6 straight on the run. 36-0. 8 minutes played. What a start. That's Milton second. Collingwood not looking good at the moment. They've just had a really impressive win that the senior side did against the Saints. A few of those players are still out here. Maybe a bit tired. Halfway through this first half. Collingwood really needs a goal. If they're any chance to make it through to the grand final, they need the next one. They need a bad. Good little tap there to Newman. Nearly finds him out the back. A little bit too much on it there, was it, for Gertie? So this is our Development League preliminary final. After this game concludes, we'll have our Senior League prelim as well. Both Richmond squads already in the grand final. Good pedigree down to Tigerland. I love finals footy. Moraldo moves that one up the wing. Here comes Falcone. He's been really good for the Bombers. Hasn't scored, but been impactful. Tries to find Milton. Good intercept mark there. Needed that. Martin Ford for the Pies. Been good in defence. Gives it to Blunt. Impact players, these two. Owens trying to lead up the wing here. Gives it back to Ford. Just need to string a few passes together. Get it down into the forward scoring zone. There's Newman. Stretching his hands. Couldn't quite get that one. Bombers will take this one back in. 36-0. 6 goals on the trot for the Bombers. Can they make it 7? Falcone to Moraldo. Gamert. Back to Falcone. To Milton. Just needs to turn around. Will it sit for him? It won't. It's going to trickle out. Martin Ford's going to take this back in for the Pies. 5 minutes to go here in the first half of this prelim. Matthew Blunt's got the ball. Collingwood just not been able to do much with it when they have had the footy. And that's a bad turnover. Can't be giving it away there. Van Germet is going to line up for his 5th in about 10 minutes. Goal scoring machine. Scored plenty today. Takes a deep breath. Rolls in. That's 7 in a row for the Bombers. What a start here. He's kicked 5. They've kicked 7. It's 42-0. 5 minutes to play here. Wow. What a start. Bombers have come out. All systems go. Absolutely firing full throttle at the moment. Collingwood's just got no answer. You can still see some smiles on the faces of those Collingwood players, which is good to see. In a tough situation right now, down 42 points in a preliminary final. Nearly at half-time. Players just having a few words. Nice little tap to Newman. Tries getting him out the back. Intercepted by Falcone. In towards Milton, who can score his 3rd. Looks for Van Germet. Nice little lead. Puts it on the hands. There's another one. It's Milton's 3rd. Bombers just way too good. 8 in a row. Haven't seen anything quite like this in a while. Who would have thought it'd be such a one-sided affair here in the prelims? Collingwood trying desperately to get something going. Got to bring that one back a bit. Here's Blunt looking for Newman. He's got Ford going into goals. Nearly finds him. A bit too much on it. Only gets a one hand on it. Newman just needs to go behind the back. He does so. Just had a bit too much there. Moraldo tries to sweep this one. Taps it off Newman. Interesting call. It's going to be a Bombers ball. Newman's not happy. It was well played there by Moraldo. He slapped it back onto Newman's wheel. It's a really smart play. High IQ. Coughs up a mark. Did William Taylor in a pretty bad spot. Ford tries for a bit of behind the back. Trying a bit too fancy. Little tap to Collingwood's favour. Brings it back. That's a dangerous ball. Mountain Ford's got it. Just needed a clean pickup. Here's Falcone. Desperation play. They just look like they want the footy a bit more at the moment, the Bombers. So we'll just hold things up here for a sec. 48-0 right now in favour of Essendon. There's a long history between these two sides, Essendon and Collingwood. We've already seen a few rivals go at it today with Hawthorn and the Bombers. As here come the Pies. Blunt moves it in, a bit too much on it. No score. Just been a bit too stagnant so far, the Pies. You can see how hard Essendon is moving without the ball, trying to provide options. Here's Falcone. He's been superb all throughout the ground, all areas. Van Germet tries to get a hand on that one, slips over. So you can see how much the Bombers want it with all the bodies flying around. They're really trying hard. As the clock stops with about 2 to play here. Our first of second half, our first preliminary final. Been plenty of finals footy today. It's been a wonderful day down at the Burundara Sports Complex. Austin Kruger here. Been with you all day. Be with you for the next prelim. Starts at 3 o'clock. Again, it'll be between the Bombers and the Pies. Here's Newman. Probably lucky not to get holding the ball there. Wayward handball. Bit of a mongrel one forward. Doesn't go to the advantage of any Collingwood player. Here's Moraldo again for the Bombers. He's been huge. Kicked 4 in the first game. Hasn't kicked any yet, but he's been instrumental all around the ground. Here's Milton, who has kicked 3 already this game. Newman's on the mark. Here's Moraldo. He's got Taylor here. Newman closes in on him though. Passes it back to Milton. Well spotted. Got Falcone and Gurmit in the forward now. Nice little shepherd there. Wasn't seen by Milton. Smeraldo's going to come back. 50 seconds to go here. Can they get another one? They can if Van Gurmit's got anything to say about it. Gives it to Moraldo. Strong mark there by Milton. In the scoring zone. Be right on his distance. Passes it off beautifully. Strong hands. You'd think he'd go back and slot this one. Which would be 9 goals in a row here. 9 straight as well. Not a single blemish on the scorecard for either side. Rolls in, takes a shot. All clear. That's another one here for the Bombers, right on the edge of half-time. It's not what you needed if you're a Collingwood fan. And that is half-time in our first prelim. Essendon up 54-0 at the moment. Gurmit's kicked 6, Milton's kicked 3. Essendon look way too strong at the moment. We're going to have a break over half-time and we're going to come back for our second half of the prelim. Still got more finals to come. We'll be back shortly. And welcome back everyone to our live coverage of the VWFL finals. This is our first preliminary final of the Development League. The Bombers going up against the Pies. Bombers pretty conclusively up 54-0 at the moment, doing things with ease. No beating around the bush around these Bombers at the moment. They're doing really well. 54-0, 9 unanswered goals. Van Gemert has kicked 6, Milton 3. No goal scorers yet for Collingwood. So big second half coming up. 15 minutes to go. Winner takes on the Tigers in the grand final next week. You'd think it's all but Essendon's at the moment. If we have a look, these two teams played each other twice throughout the year. Essendon 1-1 and Collingwood 1-1. So pretty even matchup. Bombers won one by 35. Collingwood won the other by 14 points. So you probably wouldn't expect a 54-0 smashing to start this game. But the Bombers just came out absolutely red hot. Martin Ford is going to start with the ball. Crooks has come on for the Pies. Probably would have started him on if I was a coach, considering the way he was playing earlier today. Newman assesses his option, moves it in towards the goals. Intercepted there by Falcone, who's been excellent in defence. Great vision to Moraldo. It was a bit of a dangerous ball, but it worked out well. Here's Van Gemert. He's got 6. Moves it back into the middle to Moraldo. Back to Van Gemert. These two got good chemistry. Been watching it all day. Nice ball in there. There's William Taylor. Bombers just using the ball really well. Disposal efficiency is quite high. They're not making too many risks. They're just waiting for the right play to happen and then hitting it up. Bit of a falcon there on Matthew Blunt. Call it a good spoil in the end. As the Bombers are pushing once again. In our preliminary final, here is Van Gemert. Straight in front. Already got 6, looking for the 7th. This would make it a 60-point margin for the Bombers. This would just about surely put them into the grand final, you would think. They're probably already home. That's 7 straight for Van Gemert. You beauty, says the Essendon boys. 60-0. Minute into the second half. Collingwood players are starting to look a little bit dejected around. I know that they really let this one slip. Essendon came out and kicked and scored 4 goals in the opening 2 minutes of the game. I haven't had any reply. Here's Crooks trying to make something happen. Strong mark by Moraldo. Newman puts his hands up and says that was mine. I think it was a good call by the umpire. Moraldo had first hands on it. Van Gemert got it around centre. Normally don't see him too far deep. That handball a little astray. Going to try collect his own footy. Nice pick up off the ground, all class. Passes it in towards Milton. Crooks gets that one. That's got to be a mark for Newman. Not too happy with that call. It's going to be Collingwood's ball here. Thanks to Brett Newman. Got 9 goals in the opening semi-final against the Hawks. Yet to score so far are the Pies. Maybe this is their opportunity. Looking for forward, only went as far as Vincent Falcone. Great name for footy. Here's Van Gemert. Is it going to sit? It's not. That'll be no score because it was passed from outside the scoring zone. Blunt's going to take it in. Going to try to catapult this one up the ground into a goal for the Pies. A bit too much for Crooks. Had a bit too much on it. Here's Van Gemert on the left. Didn't get a good connection on that. As he just sends that one down the ground. Strong hands there by Newman. He's trying hard to get his team back into it. Crooks is providing options. You've got Blunt and Ford out the back who work that together. It's going to be holding the ball. Unfortunately, Ford did get a hand on it, which means it wasn't called a mark to Blunt. I don't think he was quite aware of the situation, but either way, he's been dispossessed. Good call there by the ump. Here's Milton. Already got 3. And Van Gemert going into goals. Going to take this one back. Looking around. Going to pass that one to Moraldo. As he spins around. Hits up Van Gemert in the scoring zone. And there's Milton again. Just way too easy at the moment for the Bombers. Collingwood's defence really struggling to keep up with them. They move really, really well without the ball. They work for each other lots. Here's Milton. Not enough on that one. It's going to be stopped by Martin Ford. On the goal line, moves that one quick off to Crooks. Not a great handball. Can Crooks try to clean it up? Kept it in bounds. Probably not to the Bombers' advantage. He was chasing down Moraldo, which forced an error there. So good pressure there by Crooks. Followed up the play. 5 minutes played here in the second half. Strong hands there by Ford. Can the Pies get something going here? This is our first prelim of the day. We've already had 4 semi-final matchups. Grand final is going to be next week. Make sure to come down and get involved. Great league, the VWFL. Nearly found Cuttajar out the back. We know he's a bit of a crowd hero. That's going to be the first minor score of this prelim. First blemish. Haven't done too much wrong, the Bombers. As here comes Arul Nesathasan. Saw him in action earlier today for the development squad. Played a really strong defensive role in their win over the Hawks. They got up pretty convincingly in that one. They're doing the same here. Making light work of the Pies right now. Here's Milton. Pretty far down the ground. There's been a few subs here for the Bombers, so a bit of a different lineup now. Can Collingwood try and use that to their advantage? They've got a few new players as well coming onto the court. It's going to be an Essendon ball. I'm going to bring this one back into play. Finds Caleb Powell, who was excellent in the first game against the Hawks. Was taking plenty of intercept marks. They're going to bring this one back, or a bit of confusion there around the players. Ferguson takes this one up the ground. Couldn't find Arul Nesathasan. Here comes Blunt to sweep it up. Takes the mark, Crooks. Nice spin action there. Passes that one over the top back to Blunt. Powell couldn't quite get a hand on it. Nearly smothered. Not a great ball there to Newman. Goes over the top. So not really anyone. Piers Wall's going to get this one. It's an underarm pass there. Here's Newman. And still no score for the Pies. Oh, they have got a point, sorry. That one's out on the full. 59 points the margin. 7 minutes into this prelim. Believe it or not, but Collingwood yet to score a goal here. Scoreboard's looking quite daunting now for the Pies. Not looking great. You would think it's going to be an Essendon versus Richmond grand final. Strong hands there. How nice was that? Good stuff by the Bombers defenders there. Here's Caleb Powell, nearly got a hand on it. Good smother from the back was Blunt. Newman's trying desperately to get this one. Umpire's going to take that one back. It's a bit contested and congested there. It was Piers Wall who took that lovely mark there for the Bombers before. Going to be in this rock contest against Martin Ford. About halfway through this second half. Here's Caleb Powell. There's those intercept marks I was talking about. Coughs that one up. Wasn't under any real pressure. Just didn't get a good connection on the hand. Paddle's going to take this one in. Finds Newman. Finally. A shot on goal for the Pies. Newman got 8 in the first game of today against the Hawks. Looking for the Pies first. And that's just going to be another minor score for the Pies, so still yet to get a goal. I haven't responded from that early barrage from the Bombers. There's Arul Nesathasan. Didn't quite get enough on it, but it was a clean pickup. Powell tried to get the mark. Umpire's going to bring this one back. Bit of discussion happening between Paddle and Georgeland. I think it's going to come back to Paddle. There's Collingwood trying to get that first goal of the game here in the prelim. You don't want to be kept scoreless in a prelim. That's a great ball there. Great vision from Paddle. Finds forward right in front of goal. He's got to pass it off though, as he's not a designated forward, so he's trying to find Newman or Cuttajar. Or can he take the shot? No, he's still looking for a passing option. He's got Newman trailing to the right. Throws it up there. Strong by Wall. Yeah, he's going to have to give that one back to Piers Wall, I think. Newman gives him a slap on the chest and says, yeah. Just trying to get something out of nothing. Here's a rule, Nethisa Thasan. Caleb Powell leading up the wing. Trails back, spins around. Here's Piers Wall again. He's been impactful ever since he's come on the ground. A little bit too much on that one. Can he sweep it up? Keeps it inboard, and that's going to be Collingwood's ball. No, it's coming back to the Bombers, actually. So we've got 5 minutes to play, 58 points the margin. It's not a high-scoring affair like we saw in the first half. Kicked 10 unanswered goals, have the Bombers. 9 of those coming in the first half. 7 to Van Gemert. 3 to Milton. Here's Piers Wall, who's been really good since he come on, trying to find George in there. Couldn't quite get him. Newman's got it. Gets the handball from forward. Spins around. He's got Blunt coming up the side. Just needs to find him, and he does. Needs to turn around and go now. Try to find Cuttajar in the pocket. Got Cuttajar down deep. Fantastic mark there by forward. Here's Paddle. Trying to find Cuttajar. They weighted that ball really nicely. Cuttajar just couldn't take the mark. Served it to him on a silver platter. Just couldn't quite get that one. So another minor score here for the Pies. 60-3, 57 points the margin. Essendon going to go into the grand final to play the Tigers next week. It's going to be a great matchup. Tigers have been tough to beat all year. The development side for the Richmond has not lost a game all year, 8-0. So they would think they'd be the odds-on favourites against the Bombers next week. But finals are a funny thing. Often you do see those teams who haven't lost a game all year lose tragically at the last step. So I know that's what Essendon's going to be hoping for. As here is Cuttajar. Picked up by Wall. Moves it to Georgeland. Smart little tap forward. Goes straight back to the Bombers though. It's going to fall for Blunt. Comes off his wheel, out of bounds. And they've got about 3 minutes to play here. The Bombers going to be going through to the grand final to play the Tigers. It's going to be next week. It's going to be hot tickets. Make sure you get down, get involved. It's going to be a great day of footy. You can crown 2022 VWFL champions. Here's Arul Nesathasan. Moves that one to Piers Wall. Looking inboard. Caleb Powell's providing option here. Just a bit too much on that one. Goes over the top. Caleb Powell still fighting for it. Here's Cuttajar. Taps it up. And I believe that's going to be rushed behind. I did hear a few Collingwood supporters maybe trying to convince the umpire that that was a goal, but can't fool these umpires that easy. And shout out to these umpires being a part of this wonderful game. AFL Victoria, Robert Rose Foundation. Here's Georgian trying to find Wall. Rule Nesathasan has to see that one goes out of bounds. Blunt's going to bring this one back in for the Pies. 2 minutes to go. Can they at least get a goal here in the prelim? Here's Newman. Go back and have a shot, mate. Marked it in the scoring zone. Got 8 in the first game. Yet to score here in the prelim. You'd think he's going to take the shot and go all the way. Comes steaming in. And just a little bit to the left. So it's going to be 60-5, 55-point margin. A minute and a half to play here in the prelim. You'd think Collingwood maybe turned a few of those behinds into points. The scoreboard will be looking a bit more respectful now, but the Bombers have just been too good all day. Here's a rule, Nesathasan trying to chase that one down. Powell and Blunt going at it. Tries for a pick-up, big collision there. Hope Blunt's okay. Both players were going really hard for the ball there. It was a strong contest. Players coming in to make sure he's okay. Players will just have a little regroup now. Hoping all the best for Blunt. Looks to be in a bit of pain. It was a pretty big collision. Went down hard on that hard surface too, so hoping all the best there for Matthew Blunt. Only a minute to play here in the prelims. Getting back up now. He's a tough man. It'll take a bit more to keep him down. Just goes to show the kind of player Matthew Blunt is. A minute to go in a preliminary final, down 55 points. You've lost the game already. It's basically done, but he's still putting his body on the line for his team. Just personifies him as a person. Great courage, great honour. Plays the game with a lot of respect. Good sportsmanship by both sides, making sure he's okay. Caleb Powell was also involved in the collision. He was quick to ask if he's okay. Good to see him back up. Crowd's building in nicely here. It's been a good atmosphere all day. Thank the Burundara Sports Complex for having us here. This Bombers trying to get another one before the end of the game. The Pies, that's going to be holding the ball. Caleb Powell. I've got a funny feeling Powell is going to take his time and have a shot on this one. It's Powell's ball. I reckon Powell loves a goal. Hasn't got one today. He's certainly looking for this. Icing on top of the cake here for the Bombers. Waiting for the goal umpire. All clear behind. Unfortunate there for Caleb Powell. I know he would have really wanted that one to go through. He did ask me before the game if he could check how many goals he's kicked for the year. So we know he likes them. As the time ticks away here on Collingwood's season. Been a valiant effort all throughout. Finished third on the ladder, made it to the preliminary final. Definitely something to be proud of. And if you're Essendon, you've come in today and did exactly what you're expected to do. Finished second on the ladder. Everyone thought they were probably going to be the favourites to get into the grand final, and they've shown exactly that as the Bombers advance to the grand final next week against Richmond in a massive fashion. Huge victory. Didn't let Collingwood score a goal. We're going to have a short break before we come back at 3 o'clock for our final game of the day between Essendon and Collingwood for the Senior League preliminary final. My name's Austin Kruger and we'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 Victorian Wheelchair Football League Finals, Week 1, live from Burundara Sports Complex. My name's Austin Kruger, been with you all day. This is our final matchup of the day. The two senior squads of Essendon and Collingwood going at it for a chance in the grand final next week against the Tigers. We've had 5 games of footy today already. First semi-final in the Development League, the Bombers got on top of the Hawks by 64 points. Then in the other semi-final for the Development League, the Pies beat the Saints by 46 in a bit of an upset. Qualify them into the prelims. Then for our senior division, the first semi-final between the Bombers and the Hawks. Bombers got that one by 55. And then in the preliminary final just before for the Development League, the Bombers got on top of the Pies 61-5. Thank you very much to put themselves into a grand final. Absolutely dominating display shown by the Bombers. So we're about to get things underway here for our final matchup of the day. Preliminary final for the senior sides, the Robert Rose Foundation. Down in the Victorian Wheelchair Football League. Winner of this into the grand final, into the big dance against the Tigers. These two teams have played each other 3 times this year. Essendon winning all 3 of those matchups by an average of 37 points. So you would think Essendon are the favourites. Collingwood has looked really good today, except for that development squad preliminary final. as we're ready to go now. As the Bombers nearly off to a quick start. Handball just a little bit too much on that from Leonard, trying to fight Caleb Logan, who's kicked 118 goals for the season so far. They've kept him under wraps for most of the day. Nice smother there by Lowe, not allowing Christian to get a good mark on it. Here is Josh Christian, one of the better players for the Pies. Bit of a rough, yeah, good call there by the ump. Got to bring that one to Owens. Caleb Logan giving away a free kick. Just a bit of front on contact. It was there every day of the week. As Brian Owens looks to open up the account here for the Pies and send him into the forward line. Get the first score of the prelim. That first score is really important for momentum. Strong mark by Christian. Leonard saying I had a hand on it. Unfortunately, I know that pain as a defender myself. The forwards get paid those marks, even with a slight touch at the start. Well officiated there by the ump. In comes Riley Fitzgerald. And that is a goal. First goal of the prelim. Goes to the Pies, thanks to Riley Fitzgerald. He's been in good form. Kicked 9 goals. Scored 9 goals in their previous matchup against the Saints. Gets the first one here in the prelim. Pies off to a big start. Can they cause a bit of an upset here? Essendon did finish second on the seniors ladder. Great defensive play there by Owens. Paddle gets the mark. He's got Fitzgerald. Couldn't get to him quick enough. So Paddle assesses the options, has a look around. Gives it to Crooks. I've loved how Crooks has played today. Real gritty player. Determined. Fights hard. Great vision there. Didn't quite work out for Christian. Got the pick up. Passed it back to Fitzgerald. Line up for the second. Plays on here. Bit sneaky. Got a hand on it. Great call there by the ump. Just got a hand on him. Fantastic stuff there by the captain of the Bombers, Lewis Rowe. As Fitzgerald tried to play it on. Geez, Collingwood's had all the action early. Here is Fitzgerald again, thanks to a nice pass there from Owens. Owens just says, calm down, have a shot, why not? Big opportunity for Collingwood to jump the Bombers here. Riley Fitzgerald, one of the better players for the Pies lineup. That one never did look like going through. That's going to be out of bounds on the full. So Essendon in the seniors ladder finished second with 9 wins, 3 losses. Collingwood finished 4th, but they're playing like one of the better sides in the comp. Strong mark there. It's going to be a great matchup between Logan and Crooks. Bit of a push in the back there, not needed. Ball was already slipping out of bounds. Crooks just a little bit undisciplined there. He hasn't had too many mistakes today, but that sure was one of them. You don't want to give an opportunity to Caleb Logan in the scoring zone. Haven't seen too much of him today. They've kept him under wraps. Nice pass in there to Pareto. Pareto slotted 2 against the Hawks earlier today. This will take just about everything. Looks good from here. That's a goal to the Bombers. 1 apiece. Pareto's got one now. I reckon this is going to be an absolute cracker of a game. Definite pick of the day here in our last matchup. Preliminary final. Lots on the... Oh, nearly Paddle with the one-handed. Gives it back to Owens. Owens has a look inside. He's got Christian there. Well led by Christian. Good movement. Into Fitzgerald. Strong mark. Leonard just trying to do a bit too much there. Vice captain of the Bombers. Fitzgerald is going to play on again. He's not. That's a second for Fitzgerald. Second for the Pies. 12-6 the early stages of our preliminary final. You can hear the crowd getting into this one. Really good support down here today. Down the Burundara Sports Complex. It's a wonderful day. If anyone's interested in joining the league, you're more than welcome to come down and give it a shot. As we're back in the middle. Oh, wow. How was that pick up from Leonard? One-handed. Here's Logan and Crooks, the 2 number 5s. I think that is going to be the key matchup today on whoever's going to win. Crooks, really good defensive player. And obviously Caleb Logan, who's one of the best defensive players in the league. Crooks is very quick with it. Span Logan around, something nice there. Geez, I like how this guy plays footy. Really impressing. Here's Josh Christian, who's been good all day. Owens, just a little bit too laissez-faire there was Owens. He's not going to be happy with himself for that. Just an unforced error, as Ferrito's going to bring this one back in. As they're looking for options here is Nicholas Bryant. First time we've seen him today. Perito just slips through the hands, puts his hands on the face. You've got to keep going, Perito. Outside the zone. That's a minor score to Fitzgerald. 6 minutes played here in the first quarter, 12-6. Here's Perito. Has a look. Not too much in front of him. Got Leonard there. Vice captain, umpire's already had a word with him saying, just calm it down a little bit, mate. Getting a little bit chippy. Oh, it was actually a beautifully weighted handball, just missed the mark. Strong hands there by Paddle for the Pies. Paddle's got an array of goals throughout the day. Here's Fitzgerald once again. Plays on, doesn't mind that move, as he should. There's another one for Fitzgerald. He's got 3 and so do the Pies. 19-6. 7 minutes into the first quarter of this prelim. So Collingwood getting the early jump here on the Bombers. You would think, based off the ladder, based off the numbers, the Essendon, nice play there by Owens. Probably could have just marked it. It's going to go out of bounds back to the captain in low. Strong hands by Perito. Geez, he's led well all day. Really strong hands. As they look to try peg one back here. They definitely need the next goal. It's going to be a point there for Perito. 7-19, 2.5 to play in the first quarter of our preliminary final for the Senior League. Victorian Wheelchair Football League. Austin Kruger here. It's been an honour and a pleasure to join you today. Taking you with us through 6 games of footy. This is our very last one. Brian Owens has got the ball now for Collingwood. Hands that over to Crooks. Probably give it back to Owens. Just hesitated slightly. There's the hands there from Josh Christian. One hand. Thank you, mother, for the Rabbits. Handball not as good. Fitzgerald might pick this up. He does. Oh, wow. Great defensive play in the last second by James Leonard. Desperation. Need a bit of that in the prelim. That was going through for a goal. And he got there just the right time. Did the vice captain of the Bombers. Got to put the post back together again. Winner of this game, play the Tigers next week in the Granny. It's going to be a big day. The VWFL. We've been spoiled with matchups today. Here is the captain of the Bombers, Lewis Rowe. Not a great handball. Doesn't go to the advantage. You can see the frustration on a few Essendon players' faces. I think they'll be looking for quarter time here. Just regroup for a sec. Have a chat. Talk about what they're doing right. Talk about what they're doing wrong. In comes swooping is the captain. Nice pick up, one-handed Logan. Crooks manages to tap it forward only as far as Bryant. Owens with a little tap. Here's Christian cleaning it up here for the Pies. Crooks takes the mark. This game is very physical. It's getting a bit chippy between the two. Umpire's doing a good job at keeping it all under wraps. Don't want to give away another goal here at the dying stages of this quarter. Another one-handed there by Josh Christian. They're blocking in Fitzgerald here, and he still breaks free. It was 2 on him. He broke free. And he's going to have a shot on goal here for the Pies, looking for his 4th. Hangs it to the left, 21-7. That would have been huge for the Pies if they got that. There's only such little time left on the clock. You'd think it's probably not enough time for anyone to score. Caleb Logan, though, if anyone could do it, Smart little tap forward. Owens brings it back in. And that's going to be the end of the first quarter for our preliminary final. Collingwood up 21-7 as we speak. We're going to take a short break and come back for our second quarter action of the preliminary final. Welcome back to the preliminary final for the Senior League, for the Victorian Wheelchair Football League. We're live from Burundara Sports Complex. Currently got the Bombers going up against the Pies. Age-old rivals, these two, fighting it out for a chance to play Richmond next week in the grand final. Essendon with a bit of a slow start. Collingwood looks really good early. Potent moving forward, looking quite ominous at the moment. So we're about to get things underway here. Nicholas Bryant in the ruck going up against Josh Christian. Nice little tap down to Fitzgerald. Nearly gets the tap over to Paddle. It was an important little interception by Lewis Rowe, Essendon captain, because Paddle was going to steam into an open goal there, which is not the start you would want if you're Essendon. You'd think they'd take that time at quarter time to just regroup a little bit. Isfarito just gets the handoff at Crooks with the one-hander. How good is this man? Playing on arguably the best forward in the league, Caleb Logan, and he's not letting him do much at the moment. Here's Fitzgerald, who's got 3 through the first, passes it to Christian. The Bombers players are trying hard to not let Fitzgerald into this game. Trying to find Paddle, nice smother there. Oh, it's going to work out for the ball. No. And that one's just going to bounce through for a minor score. 22-7, 15-point lead right now for the Pies. We'll have to confirm this, but I'm not sure if the VWFL has ever seen a team from 4th on the ladder make it into the final week. So it'll be a huge effort. Caleb Logan dropping that mark. Unforced error. Not what you need if you're the Bombers. I think Crooks has got his number so far. That one's going to go out of bounds. I'll have to wait and see whose ball that is. I think it's going the way of Josh Christian for Collingwood. Grand final will be next week. Make sure to come down and support this wonderful league. Thanks to the Robert Rose Foundation, AFL Victoria, everyone involved, all the umpires, officials, everyone working behind the scenes, parents, players. Everyone who's come down to support. It's been a wonderful day. Here is Crooks. Running Logan a bit of a bath at the moment. Just not letting him get involved in the game. Here's Paddle inside the scoring zone. Might be just a little bit beyond his reach. Passes it off beautifully to Fitzgerald. They just cannot stop this man. Already got 3, has Fitzgerald. They're trying to distract him. It's going to take a bit more than that. It is up working. Lewis Rowe screaming at him on the mark. It's a minor score. So the Bombers hanging around. You think if Fitzgerald kicked that, it would have been tough for the Bombers to come back. Oh, that's a really bad turnover. You can't be turning over in that position of the ground. Here is Fitzgerald once again. Smart little out the back. It's going to fall to Christian. He's low. There's a bit of a tumble. So we'll pause the clock here at 7 minutes. 23-7. Collingwood, like I said, finished 4th on the ladder. Only had the 4 wins and 7 losses this year. They did have a pretty impressive draw against the Tigers. Essendon, who's had 9 wins, 3 losses throughout the year, being one of the premier teams of the competition. But right now, they're finding themselves a little bit unstuck at the early stages of this second quarter. Collingwood looking like the out-and-out favourites right now, playing with passion. Bryant going up against Christian in the ruck. Here's Fitzgerald again, looking for Crooks, doesn't find him. Finds him that time. Here's Fitzgerald again. How good is this man been so far? Plays on. Goal for the Pies. Fitzgerald's got 4. The crowd cheers. 29-7 now. 22-point lead for the Pies. Halfway through the second quarter nearly. The Bombers being shocked at the moment. Don't think anyone was quite expecting this. Important clearance. Straight down to Fitzgerald. Finds paddle. Logan couldn't quite get a hand on it. Leonard's on the mark. Paddle's excellent all day. One-handed beauty from Fitzgerald. Already got 4. Only goal scorer for Collingwood at the moment. Can he make it 5? Passes it off to Paddle. Lewis Rowe maybe thought there was play on there, so lucky not to give away a 5-metre penalty. As Paddle's going to pass this one off by the looks of it. Well done. Fine, Josh Christian back to Paddle, and that's a point. Had a good angle on that one. The crowd was up on their feet. They thought they was through, but it hung right and it stayed that way. 23 points the margin. Bombers need something to happen here. If anyone's going to start it, it's James Leonard. Plays with plenty of fire in his belly, does the vice-captain. Moves it over to the captain. Logan's found a bit of space here. Well done there by Christian. Just at the last second, put the eyes up and got the smother in. That was a really important play. It's going to come back to the Bombers. What can they try and manifest here? Strong mark there by Pareto. Out in front. Got a jump on Owens. Looking for Logan. Found him. Here's a chance here for the Bombers. You'd back him in from here, wouldn't you? This is the most important shot of the day so far. He's going to pass it off to Pareto. Gets the mark. Strong play there by the Bombers. And back to Logan. All clear for a goal. Bombers are on the board in the second quarter. Thanks to some fantastic play by Caleb Logan and Anthony Pareto. All clear. Wonderful goal there. 17 points now the margin. It's a 3-goal game. Next goal is worth 2. Here's Logan again. Smart little tap just to keep the ball in bounds. Crooks is happy to clean that one up. Has a look. Good smother there by Logan. It's going to be Collingwood's ball. They need a strong defensive act. The Pies have been moving it up the ground a bit too easy for my liking, finding too many marks inside the scoring zone. Here is Owens. Had a great day for the Pies. Looking for Fitzgerald. Nice smother there. Oh, they've called that against Lewis Rowe. Got a bit too handsy there. As here is Crooks. been one of the standouts all day. Finds paddle inside the scoring zone. You can just see a bit of frustration happening on the Essendon faces as they find Riley Fitzgerald once again in the forward line. This would be his 5th. It's a lot riding on this shot for both teams. Hangs it to the left. You can hear a few audible yeses from the Essendon players. They were happy that one didn't go through. 3 minutes to play. You think if the Bombers can get one before half-time, they're right back in this game. They've got to make sure they don't concede a goal and score another one, and that is going to be the recipe for the Bombers advancing to the grand final. Oh, just a bit too much on it. You could see it. That's no score. Too far out from the scoring zone was Pareto. As the Pies with 2.5 minutes to play before half-time in this preliminary final. It's kicked up a notch the last few minutes. Essendon starting to get a bit more possession of the ball. Crooks and Logan trying to get some distance from each other. He's saying, move for me. Giving me nothing, boys. Essendon should collect this one nicely. Oh, unlucky not to be paid the mark, I think. Logan to Pareto. Back to the captain. Great play there by the Bombers, quick hands. Here's an opportunity. Finds him. This is what we need if you're Bombers. Pareto. Right in front of us. Here on the broadcasting wing. Minute 40 to play here before halftime. 13-31. Essendon really need this. And that's all through. Bombers get one back. 2 in a row now. That's what the doctor ordered. They're just closing that gap nicely. 12 points the margin now. Can they try sneak another one here before half-time? For either side, here's Paddle. Gives it off to Crooks. A little bit too much on it. Fitzgerald nearly gets it. That wouldn't have been good for the Bombers. Unfortunately, Collingwood, there's just a little too much mayo on that handball. And Fitzgerald couldn't quite get it. Here is Nicholas Bryant. Unlucky a few moments ago not to be paid a mark. Strong hands there by James Leonard. Looks back. Probably got taken a little bit high as well. He's got Logan coming up the wing. Finds him, gets him. 42 seconds. Still plenty of time to score if you're Essendon. Here's Rowe. Great vision into Leonard. Now they just need a mark inside the scoring zone. Oh. Pareto went for the half court. The half quarter. Misses a bit to the left. Got plenty of purchase on it. Just not the right line. 12-point the margin. You'd think that will be the margin coming into it at half-time. Unless Crooks. There's a big clanger here in the dying stages. Here is Josh Christian. And that is half-time for our second preliminary final of the Senior League. Got Collingwood 32 to Essendon 20, 12-point margin. We're going to have a short break before we come back for our second half of preliminary finals action. Welcome back to the preliminary finals of the Victorian Wheelchair Football League. There's been plenty of finals action already today. Seen 2 semi-finals with both the development and the seniors. Essendon and Collingwood getting through for both of those leagues. First preliminary final went the way of Essendon, so they will meet Richmond next week in the grand final. This is our second prelim of the day. This is for the senior league. Right now, Collingwood up 12 points on the Bombers. We've started this game off really strongly thanks to 4 goals for the Pies by Fitzgerald. Having a look at the Essendon side of things, Burrito's got 2, Logan 1. Been some great matchups. Essendon did finish second on the ladder. Collingwood finished 4th. Essendon have won all 3 matchups this year when they've faced each other. So it'll be a bit of an upset, you would think, if Collingwood manages to hold on to this lead and go into the grand final. They're looking really good so far. It's going to take a fair bit to stop them. Playing some razor sharp footy at the moment. Here's Crooks, lovely little tap down, tries to move it forward to Paddle. Here comes Fitzgerald again, needs a good pickup, gets it on the hands. And that's another goal for the Pies and another one for Fitzgerald. That's his 5th. That's along with Collingwood's 5th as well. They moved to 5-8, 38. Considering with all the behinds they've kicked, this lead could actually be a bit bigger. Here's Crooks again with a similar play. Rowe just gets it forward. Only goes as far as Josh Christian. Moves it up to Fitzgerald. Collingwood started this half fantastically. Oh, geez. Ooh, thought he might have played on there. They're going to bring it back. Josh Christian taking the mark here for the Pies. Ball's been finding him all day along with Paddle. Takes a good mark. This to put them up by a fair margin. 24 points it would be if this goes through. Paddle straight through the middle. The Pies have started the second half hot. 2 straight away. 1 to Paddle, 1 to Fitzgerald. First goal scorer that isn't Fitzgerald for Collingwood so far. So 44-20 right now. 24-point lead for the Pies. There's a big upset on the cards. Here they come again. Paddle nearly gets it. Here's Crooks. Just gets it away in time. Here's Fitzgerald again. Into an open goal. Misses. 5-9 now. Or 6-9, sorry. 25 points. That is a lot to ask for this Essendon side. They are a good match. They are a good team. 25 points in the preliminary final. It's going to be tough ask for anyone. Nicholas Bryant taking the mark. Collingwood defensively matching up really well. All eyes on Logan and Crooks. Caleb Logan is the leading goal scorer for the competition. But Crooks just kept him to the 1 so far. Here is Logan taking a mark, finding a bit of space away from him. A bit too far away from the goals. Passes it off to the captain there. Trying to find Burrito and does so. Burrito's been good. Had 2 already. Tried a big one from half court that just missed. They need one. Need a mark here. Caleb Logan taps it up to himself a couple of times, but in the end it stays in the mitts. This is a huge shot. This would be for his 2nd. Logan comes in. Nearly coming back, and it's a minus score. Wow. That goal was an absolute necessity there for the Bombers. Opportunity's gone missing, and how's Crooks got that much space by himself? Burrito saying, what's going on here, boys? I think if there was timeouts in this game, you'd call one right now if you're Essendon. They're just falling a bit behind. Not doing the things that got them to this stage. That got them on 2nd on the ladder. As Owens coughs that one up straight to Lewis Rowe. He's got James Leonard on the wing. A bit too much on it there for Burrito. Bryant's going to try chase it down. That's going to come back to the Pies here. Owens will take this one in. 4 minutes already gone. Oh, it's coming back to Pareto and the Bombers moving on quick. Had a couple players free there, but he's having a chat with the umpire. Just needs a bit more space. Surely he's not thinking about having a shot. Well fed there to Bryant. He's got to find another option as he's not a designated forward. Pareto's working hard off the ball to try and get it free. Here's Logan. Not enough on it. Not great communication there between the Essendon players. He thought Logan was coming into the middle, but he was actually trailing back. 5.5 minutes to go here in the Premiership quarter. Strong one-handed mark there by Josh Christian. We've seen that a few times today already. Passes that one off to Paddle, just gets his hands on it. Leonard was quick behind him. Great handball there. Finding Christian once again. He's got Owens in the middle. Oh, well intercepted there. Tell you what, Pareto's doing everything he can to keep his Bombers in this game. You can see just how hard he's working. Oh, just got the mark there. Pareto's going to spin around. Had him there, just couldn't quite find him quick enough. Crooks and Logan. Logan's trying hard to get some space. Pareto's got it. Logan's trying desperately. Nice shepherd there was by Bryant. Didn't quite work out. 5 metre penalty. Interesting. Puts him in scoring range here. This will be for his third. Not sure why that was a 5 metre penalty, but it's happened nonetheless. This is an important shot here for the Bombers. Most important shot of the season. Can he do it? He can. All clear. That's a goal to the Bombers. They're still in this game. Pareto's got 3. 27-45. 18 points the margin. 3 kicks in it. Well, 3 goals in it, sorry. 3.5 to play here. Bombers need the next one. They need it quick too. Here's Owens. Tumbles that forward up to Leonard. Leonard tries getting it up off the ground. Manages underarm pass there to the captain. That's going to be holding the ball. Pretty stiff there. Was quick on the whistle. Going against the captain. Paddle's going to take it. No, Crooks will take it. Just couldn't quite get that handball off quick enough. And the underarm pass is the equivalent of a handball in the wheelchair league. And a handball is the equivalent to a kick compared to football. Just got it away there. Here's Owens, takes the mark. Logan tried getting an arm in there. Not long enough. Owens got time, he's got space. He's got Fitzgerald out the back. Finds Christian. And once again, a one-handed mark by Christian. I think that is his specialty. I've had word that Josh Christian will be eligible to play in the grand final next week if they do end up beating the Bombers here. And we do know if Collingwood does make it through, they played Richmond earlier in the year and had a 78-78 draw. So we do know the Pies are good enough to take it up at the best in the competition, and we're seeing that right now. So here's Josh Christian. Not enough on that one. Paddle sends it back. Bit of a dangerous ball. Just stays in and couldn't quite hit up Crooks there. So another opportunity here for the Bombers to go forward. Goal here would make it a 12-point margin. Here is James Leonard, the vice-captain. Gives it to the captain. Here's Ferrito. Gemertz back on the court. Surprised I haven't seen him come on earlier. He's been a star player all day for the Bombers. Probably would have liked to see him come into the game a bit earlier than that. He's provided great options all day. Tries going for glory there again. Misses it to the left. Just like to see him work that ball around a bit more. Maybe just move it around the arc. Try find a bit of space. They had plenty of time. 28-45 now. 17 points in it. Strong mark there by Riley Fitzgerald, who's been a bit more quiet this quarter. Bombers have shut him down to an extent. I say that. He has gotten 5 goals as Christian tumbles that one forward. It's going to fall out of bounds. Bombers fans can take a deep breath. Try reset here with a minute to go. Now third quarter. It's been an interesting game. A few missed opportunities for both sides. Collingwood's been a bit woeful in front of goals. They could have had a bigger lead at this point. Essendon's just hanging in there. Here's Van Germert, who's had a handful of goals already. Gives it to Logan. Germert working hard, trying to provide another leading option. Gives it off to the man with the hot hand. And Anthony Pareto, number 11 for the Bombers. Tell you what, if the Bombers do get up today, it's going to be mainly thanks to this man, the effort he's putting in. That's a goal for the Bombers. They're pumped up. On the cusp of half-time, Pareto slots his 4th. 11 points in it now. We've got ourselves a game. Preliminary final action. The Bombers really starting to come in strong. There's not much time left. Paddle's got it. Is there enough time for him to score? Maybe not too aware of the shot clock situation. Is that going to count? Here we go. This is a huge call. I thought that the siren had already gone, was my gut reaction. I believe the siren had already gone. It's a goal. Wow. That is massive. Jeez. Right at the buzzer. Collingwood get one back. We're going to have a short break before we come back with our last quarter of the preliminary final action for the VWFL. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone, to the final quarter of our preliminary final action between the Bombers and the Pies. What a quarter that was. It's an arm-swinging affair. Essendon was starting to close that gap, got it down to 11 points there, and thanks to a last-second goal on the siren, the Pies got a 17-point lead to start the third quarter. Bit of an upset on the cards. I'm not sure if the team finished 4th has made it into the grand final for the VWFL. Collingwood is on the cusp of that right now. Some of the goal kickers, Pareto for the Bombers kicked 4, Logan just the 1. Fitzgerald for Collingwood's kick had 5, and Paddle's got 1 as well. Most important one of the day so far, coming on that last second buzzer beater. As here we go, kick things underway for our last quarter of the prelim. Winner of this into the grand final next week against the Tigers. Ideal start here for the Pies. Fitzgerald's got it in a pretty good position. Big shot for his 6th. That's a goal for the Pies. That's the exact start they would have wanted. Push that lead back out to 23 points now. It's going to be pretty tough for the Bombers. It's a 4-goal game at the moment. Nice little tap out to Moraldo. Here's Christian giving it to Crooks. These two in defence have been amazing all day. Paddle, Leonard going at it. It's just going to stay in there. Turns around just at the last second to Lewis Rowe. Here's Moraldo. Moves it up to Gemert. Good user of the ball. Back to Moraldo. And that is a goal for the Bombers. Get one back straight away. Instant reply. That was important. You can see the impact Moraldo's had in just a minute and 20 seconds. He's a really important player for the Bombers. Set that play up nicely. They've got two on Burrito right now. Owens and Crooks going on him. Just a bit too much on that. Burrito over the top of his head. Here's Crooks into the middle. Dangerous spot there. And is the umpire bringing that one back? I think the players thought they heard a whistle. And that is a minor score by the looks of it. Or was that out of bounds? I think it has been ruled a minor score, so he'll take that from the goal square. Time is of the essence for the Bombers. 3 straight behind. 18 points, 7.5 to play in the last quarter. Going for glory, trying to make it to the final day of the year. He was the captain. Had nothing in front of him, so got to turn it back. Oh, he was asking for a 5-metre penalty there. Look at Moraldo just bustling through. Here's Van Gemert. Back to Moraldo. Needs this one, gets it. The Bombers are back. Moraldo with 2 in the last quarter. What a game of football we are witnessing here. Preliminary final action. It's normally the best round of the year for all football. 12 points in it. Age-old rivals, nice little underarm pass. Moraldo went for glory there. Nice smother by Crooks. Trying to find Leonard. Ricocheted off his hand. Not too happy. If you're going to have it in anyone's hands right now, to be Crooks. He's got my vote for best on all day, I reckon. Here's Christian. Van Gemert couldn't quite get to Crooks in time. They need to defend well. Christian's hanging out the back. Here's Paddle. Could take a pretty extraordinary shot from here. Has been in good touch. Too easy. Fitzgerald takes the mark. Right in front of goal. Can't be letting that happen if you're an Essendon player in the last quarter of a prelim. Shouldn't be coming that easy in front of goal. Here is Fitzgerald. That's the... Oh... The crowd thought it was in, so did I, but the goal umpire says that's a minor score. 13 points, the difference. So it's a 3-score game. Bombers need to move quick. Moraldo's doing everything he can. Gives it back to the captain. Nearly a good smother there by Paddle. Here's Burrito. Surely going to be looking for Van Gemert into the forward line. Or is he going to go all the way? Yes, he is. He's got it! How about that? Bring up his 5th. Keep the Bombers in the game. This man is playing with passion. Single-handedly keeping his team in this prelim. What a performance we are seeing. It's not just the goals. He's pumping the team up. He's getting them going. Sometimes got the 5 goals as well, but it's the stuff that he does that doesn't come up in the stat sheet that I really like. He just tries so hard, Burrito. Here's Leonard. 7 points, 5 minutes to go. Prelim final. Witter plays Richmond next week. My name's Austin Kruger. Been joining you all day. Moraldo's got it now in the forward scoring zone. Coughs that one up. Owens gets it. Just gets a handball Paredo's got it again. Wow. Owens with a wayward handball. Ends up in the hands of Paredo. Passes it off to Moraldo. And the Bombers are back. Need this one though. Still 7 points. This one's going to go right down to the wire. And what's happened here? Oh, 5 metre penalty. Wow. Can't be giving away free kicks like that. It's such a crucial stage of the game. There's a lot riding on this shot. Already got 2 this quarter. This is huge for the Bombers. He gets it. There's 1 point in it in the preliminary final with under 4 minutes on the clock. You couldn't write it any better. Collingwood, Essendon, 1 point in it, prelim final. This is what footy's all about. It's getting to the point where I'm going to have to look up what happens if there's a draw in a final. This is a huge contest. Fitzgerald got it out the back, big smother. Paredo's on the end of it. Can he get it just in time? Oh! Rushes it through for a behind. Scores all even. 59 apiece, 3 to play. Preliminary final. Winner plays Richmond next week. Paredo just couldn't. Oh, bad handball. Leonard's on here. Might just work out. Might slip out to Fitzgerald. Here's Christian. Moves it in. Not enough on it. Handy point. Oh, it's a no score. Umpires just having a quick chat. Time is of the essence. Oh, big call. 1 point lead to the Pies. 60 to 59. 2.5 to play. Here's Leonard. You couldn't write this any better. This is an excellent game of footy. Collingwood got the early jump. Bombers have been just fighting and clawing back. Here's Crooks with another great defensive act. He's been doing it all day. Does it again. Is that holding the ball? It's not. Here's Moraldo. That's a goal for the Bombers. They're in front. All clear. That's his 4th this quarter. 4 goals in the last quarter. If that is not the definition of clutch play, I do not know what is. 5 point margin. A goal would put the Pies back in front. Here's Paredo again. All they need is another goal, and you'd think that would just about wrap it up. It's going to go to Crooks. Minute 40 to go. What can they muster here? The Pies, they've had the lead the whole game. They've led at every stage. Huge play coming up. Crooks goes down. We've stopped the clock at a minute 33. 65 to 60. Essendon's way. It's the first time they've led all game. And is that a 5 metre penalty being awarded as well? Crooks is going to take it from the centre line. Huge play coming up. Tries to find Fitzgerald. Get him. Fitzgerald, who's got 6. Oh, he didn't go back on the mark. That's a goal for the Pies. Fitzgerald slotted his 7th to put him up a point with a minute to go. Bit of a brain fade from the captain there of the Bombers. Didn't stay on the mark to contest it. 1 point in it, 1 minute to go. Preliminary final, winner into the granny. Here's Moraldo. Long shot. Oh, just sneaks it through from behind. 66 apiece, 53 seconds. Are we going to have a draw? This game deserves a draw. We deserve some overtime. 43 seconds, 66 all. Paddle takes the mark. Can Collingwood? All they need is a point. Here's the captain. Christian gets it. Plays vying hard for the ball. Moraldo over his head. Needs a good bounce. Doesn't get it. You could see what he was trying to do. Just didn't quite pull off. 20 seconds. Score's still even. Christian's got it. They need to move it quick. 15 to go. I think it's going to be a draw. Fitzgerald's got it. Smart play, bounces it back off Van Germen. He's got the ball. 6 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2. Is it going to dribble through? Doesn't get the bounce. And that is a draw at the end of... Wow. We're going to have to confirm on what the rules are. 66 all. What scenes? The comeback from the Bombers. We're going to confirm the rules here. There's going to be a 2-minute break. So we're going to have... So there's going to be 2 5-minute periods of extra time. We're going to have a 2-minute break. Wow. What an epic game of football we are being treated to. Preliminary final, Essendon, Collingwood. 66 all. Collingwood had it in the bag. So I'm just looking at the official rule book now. In the event of a drawn game during the home there shall be no drawn matches in the final series. In the event of scores being level at the elapsed time after a 2-minute break, each team will be given 5 minutes at each end with no time on. Teams will continue to kick to the same end as they were in the last quarter. The end of the first 5-minute period, there will be a 2-minute break and teams will swap ends. In the event of scores still being level at the end of extra time, the siren will not sound until one team scores. Wow. 66 all at the end of the preliminary final. Essendon came home strong in that last quarter. Sam Moraldo slotting 4 in the last quarter. Perito put the team on his back throughout that whole game. He's got 5. Logan's got 1. Having a look at Collingwood. Fitzgerald, 7 goals. Paddle, 1. So, I mean, geez. This is just fantastic football we are being treated to today. Reminiscent the St Kilda Collingwood draw many moons ago. This was. Luckily we got extra time though. Get even more footy. The crowd's getting into it. Everyone's pumped up. The Collingwood cheer squad supporting their hearts out. Essendon with a comeback of epic proportion in the last quarter. They looked gone, they looked out. The champion team though, they never gave up. So this is going to be our first 5 minutes of extra time. So at the conclusion of this 5 minutes, there will be another. So here we are, extra time in a preliminary final for the Victorian Wheelchair Football League. I'm not sure if this has ever happened before. Bombers get the early start. Bailey's just told me this has never happened before. This is the second draw Collingwood's been involved with this season, earlier having won with Richmond. That one didn't go to extra time. Perino from out long gets the goal for the Bombers. He has just been on song today from all over the ground. Doesn't matter where he is. He's got a booming handball on him. That one was from just about half court. Bombers get the first in extra time. Perino has got 6. Thank you very much. Van Gemert in the ruck. Looking for a tap. Falls to Perino again. Gets the hand pass. Back to Gemert. Perino's got it. Just got rid of the ball. And Crooks rushes that one through. 4 minutes to play here in the first extra time. 7-point advantage to the Bombers. Favourites coming into this game. They were down by about 30 points at one stage. Came storming home in the last quarter. Thanks to Moraldo with 4 in the last. Perito's been epic all game with 6. Christian for Collingwood's got the ball now. Moves it forward. Fitzgerald's taking a mark inside the scoring zone. Huge shot. Plays on. It's got to be ball. It is ball. Oh, wow. Tried taking him on. Lewis Rowe, the captain of the Bombers, gets the tackle. That's holding the ball. Gives it to Van Gemert. Wow. It was going to be a sure goal for the Pies. All he needed to do was just take his time, go back and kick it. Here's Van Gemert. It's been wonderful all day for the Bombers. He's provided a real good spark here in the second half, bringing them back into this game. Moraldo's taken a mark inside the scoring zone. Go back, take your time, take a deep breath, have a shot. Slotted 4 already in the prelim, all coming in the last quarter. 2.5 to play here in the first extra time. Can Moraldo put him up by 13? Yes, he can. The Bombers are on top here. They're running over the top of the Pies. 79 to 66. What a turnaround we've seen in this game. Surely you would have thought Essendon were down and out. And they've come back from absolutely out of nowhere. Big contest here in the middle. Christian gets it, moves it towards Fitzgerald. Strong mark there by Leonard. It's the biggest play he's done all day. Played well. That was huge on Fitzgerald. Gives it off to the captain in row. 2 minutes to go in the first extra time. 13 points the margin. It's a 3-score game already. Here's Van Gemert. Number 1 for the Bombers. Perito screaming for the ball. Moraldo, strong hands again. How good has he been in this extra time? All throughout the game. Ever since he came back on that last quarter. Here's Perito again. He's going to line up for number 7. You'd think this would just about put the Pies away. Gets the hands just a bit to the right. Never did look like going in. 14 points. If there's one thing we've learned today, anything can happen. Pies are still well and truly in this. Here is Crooks. Looking for Christian. Moraldo, good defending on him. Great handball there. They need one before the end of this first extra time if there's any chance. Fitzgerald's hanging out the back. Can he find him? He does. Oh, don't be giving away any penalties. There's no one on the mark. He's going to give away a penalty here. He is. He's given away a 5-metre penalty. That was fair enough. Fitzgerald straight in front for number 8 to keep Collingwood's finals hopes alive. Can he do it? He's missed it. You wouldn't believe it. Straight in front. Probably the easiest shot he's had all day. Misses it to the left. Let the moment get to him a bit there. Even after the 5-metre penalty. Bombers just cannot concede one here. There's only 13 seconds left for the first extra time. That might just stay in there. That's going to work out okay for the Bombers because the clock's going to trickle down to 0 at the end of our first extra time. And that is the end of the first period. The Bombers up by 13 points. Thanks to Perito and Moraldo. We're going to get straight into it. 5 more minutes. First ever drawn final here in the Victorian Wheelchair Football League in a preliminary final between Collingwood and Essendon. Winner into the grand final. You'd think Essendon looks good at this point. But things happen quickly in this wonderful game. Martin Ford in the ruck for the Pies. Scott Van Gemert for the Bombers. Falls out to the captain. Just misses Perito. Here he gets it again. Great smother there by Christian on Leonard. Sees that one go out of bounds. The crowd is on the edge of their seats. The atmosphere around the Burundara Sports Complex is palpable at the moment. This has been one of the best games of footy I've been a part of. Here's Moraldo again. Got 5. Misses that one. Looks to the ref for a free. Doesn't get 81 to 67. Collingwood need to muster something up quick. They need Fitzgerald, they need Paddle, they need Christian. All Crooks has gone a bit quiet. Strong mark. Ford's got it. Too tall. Passes it back off to Christian, moves it up to Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald can turn around, have a shot. He missed one from straight in front moments ago. And that one doesn't register as score. So Fitzgerald, who had 7 goals this game, unable to put it through the big sticks in extra time. A drawn preliminary final, everyone. That is what we are witnessing right now. It's gone into extra time. The Bombers have come back. They've come back from the dead, the Bombers. They looked gone, they looked out. Anthony Pareto revved his team up, slotted 6 and said, boys, I'm taking you with me to the grand final, all right? We're doing this, it's happening. It looks theirs with 3 minutes to play here. Leonard's got it for the Bombers. Just need to hold possession now. Great handball over the top there to the captain in Lewis Rowe. Here's Pareto again, finds Moraldo in front of goal, and that's going to be the preliminary final. The Bombers have done the unthinkable. That's Moraldo's 6th. Came back on in the 4th quarter. 4 in that quarter. Throughout extra times, got 2 more. The impact he's had. A 20-point turnaround now. They were down and out. I cannot believe this. Collingwood were about to have the upset of the season. And the Bombers refused to bow down. They refused to lose. And they've come home absolutely powering through the Pies. Pareto's got it again. Fitting it should be in his hands. If there was a best on ground medal, it's got to go to him. Just the effort he's put in. Revving his teammates up. Getting everyone back involved. Instilling belief within the Bombers. No score. You'd think they've done enough though. 20 points under 2 minutes. It's a tough ask. Crooks is going to bring it into Christian. They've got to move it quick. Back to Crooks. Minute 30, 20 points. Looks like the Bombers are going to go through to the grand final in pretty dramatic fashion. Doesn't get more dramatic than a drawn preliminary final into extra time, and the ball just didn't sit there for Christian. There's Moraldo over the top. Needs a good bounce. It's going to come back to Christian. And Crooks sees that one go out of bounds. Witnessing history today. First ever drawn preliminary final for the VWFL. Here's Christian just trying to do anything to keep the team back in it. Who would have thought at halftime that not only the Bombers would come back, that it'd be 66 all at the end of the game into extra time. We were frantically looking around for the rule books to see what are we actually meant to do in this situation. Here's Scott Van Gemert. He's been excellent all day. Nice smother there by Crooks. He hasn't stopped. Here's Van Gemert trying to put a bit more icing on top of the cake. Here's Moraldo. Just a minor score. As there's 20 seconds to play here in the preliminary final. What a fantastic day of football we've been treated to. And what a way to finish it off. Collingwood, Essendon, prelim. Already doesn't get better than that. Maybe a consolidation goal here for Paddle. And that is going to be your preliminary final. The Bombers have done the unthinkable. They've come back from the dead. As we'll listen to the song here, you can see the jubilation of all the players of what they've accomplished here today. Shout out to Collingwood. A valiant effort. But the Bombers, too good, too strong. Came storming in the last half of that game. Drawn at the end of it. And then they win by 20 points in extra time. So next week, we're going to have 2 grand finals for the development and the seniors. It's going to be Collingwood, Essendon going up against Richmond for the seniors. And then Essendon and Richmond for the development as well. I still can't get over what we've seen here today, folks. What an epic day of football. Thank you for having me along today. My name's Austin Kruger. I've been with you all day. It's been an absolute honour and a pleasure to be a part of this wonderful league, and what a wonderful day of finals football. Congratulations to the Essendon Football Club making it through to the grand final for the development and the senior squads. They'll go and take on the Tigers next week. My name's Austin Kruger. Thank you for being with me today.
What football gives, football takes away. The final score after extra time. Essendon 13-10-88. Collingwood 9-14-68. The Bombers are in the grand final for a third year in a row.